The story of Atlantis begins with a single voice carried across centuries, a voice that speaks from the mouth of a philosopher but points beyond the philosophy to something larger, older, and wilder. In the dialogues known as Timaeus and Critias, Plato offers a tale that reads like a memory of memory, a narrative told by a grandfather about a golden age that once existed beyond the bounded sea. Plato frames his tale with the trappings of history and of law, placing his story inside a conversational afternoon among friends, which gives the myth its unusual intimacy and authority. The conversational frame pulls the listener close while promising the kind of eyewitness detail that history normally requires, and that paradox alone has kept minds busy for millennia. Subscribe if you too want to hear the forbidden voice that has haunted minds for millennia. What Plato presents is not a dry chronicle but a layered account, a hybrid of philosophy, political sermon, and mythic recollection. He places the source of the story in the mouth of Solon, the Athenian lawgiver, who in turn claims to have learned it from Egyptian priests during a journey to Sais. Egypt appears in Plato's memory as a vault of ancient knowledge, a place where records predate Greek reckoning and where time seems to fold back on itself. Solon hears from priests who trace the tale to tablets and traditions older than Athens, and that backward chain is precisely what gives Atlantis its uncanny tilt toward the remote and the real. In Plato's recounting, the priests of Sais tell of a powerful island nation that once existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the narrow strait that most today equate with the entrance to the Mediterranean. Atlantis, they say, was larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined, rich in resources and arranged with geometric precision, graced by a royal dynasty descended from the sea god Poseidon and a mortal woman named Cleito. The island's capital was built in concentric rings of land and water, threaded by bridges and canals, with walls and gates of brass and a central hill crowned by a temple and royal palace. Such detail feels architectural and tactile, inviting the reader to see temples, to hear the cry of birds, and to feel the weight of bronze and orichalcum glinting in the sunlight. Plato uses the story to illustrate a point about human nature and political order, and that use colors everything that follows. Atlantis is a cautionary parable about a state that falls from virtue into imperialism and hubris, provoking the gods and suffering annihilation. Yet Plato never permits the tale to remain purely allegorical. He insists on names, measurements, precise genealogies, and laws. This insistence has always vexed scholars and dreamers alike, because it invites literal readings while carrying the didactic stamp of philosophical invention. The name Atlantis itself presents its own stubborn questions, and etymologies have multiplied as scholars and storytellers have chased the word through languages and terrains. The term seems to mean of Atlas or related to Atlas, tying the island to a titan who holds the heavens, a mountain range, or a distant northwestern region. In some ancient usages, Atlas is both the name of a person and a place, and so the island becomes both personified and geographical in one single syllable. Whether the name reveals geography, genealogy, or cosmology, it signals the intersection of human naming with mythic vastness. Before Plato, fragments of myth about drowned lands and primordial floods circulated broadly in the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, and those older floods form a kind of mythic bedrock for the later Atlantis narrative. Babylonian flood tales, like the one preserved in the Epic of Gilgamesh, tell of waters swallowing cities and reshaping human destiny, while Greek stories of Deucalion and Ogyges speak of deluges that reset the moral and physical map. These flood myths were not mere stories for entertainment. They organized collective memory around catastrophic events and the moral lessons that sprung from them. When Plato frames Atlantis as an island swallowed by the sea after a period of divine retribution, he taps into a well of shared mythic language already familiar to his listeners. Plato's claim that the tale reached Solon via Egyptian priests aligns his story with a broader Hellenic practice of seeking origins in Egypt, a civilization older in Greek estimation and therefore a fitting repository for forgotten truths. The figure of Solon is crucial because he stands for law, reform, and memory, and because Plato gives him the role of conduit, bridging the contemporary Greek polis with an imagined ancient world. Solon's acceptance of the story as part of Egyptian annals confers on Atlantis an ancient pedigree that outruns Athenian history. Whether or not the Egyptian priests actually told such a story is a separate question. The function of that claim within Plato's rhetoric is to root his fable in the authority of antiquity. Plato's Critias elaborates the political and social structures of Atlantis with a degree of specificity that reads like ethnography. The island is divided among 10 kings, each ruling a portion of the ancient monarchy descended from Poseidon, and the land is organized around a central shrine that houses the statue of the divine couple. The kings are invested with laws and sacrificial duties, and their realm thrives on a mixture of agriculture, metallurgy, and maritime power. The details of governance and ritual suggest not only an advanced society but one whose moral failure lies specifically in imperial overreach and the abandonment of divine law. The description of Atlantis's architecture is almost cinematic, with low hills, concentric rings of water, and an elaborate central citadel that showcases the island's engineering prowess. Plato deploys materials like orichalcum, a mysterious metal mentioned as more precious than gold, and he details canals, bridges, and sea gates with a clarity that invites archaeological imagination. These design elements enhance the island's credibility by placing it within human skill and wonder, and they also feed the imagination of later readers who want to see, touch, and perhaps find these exact stones. When a myth supplies specific artifacts and building methods, it becomes simultaneously more real and more dangerous to the allegorical reading. After Plato, ancient writers took different stances toward Atlantis, shifting the narrative along a spectrum between skepticism and credulous amplification. Some classical authors mention the story as a known myth, while others either omit it entirely or question its origins. Posidonius, a Stoic philosopher and scholar of the 1st century BCE, is said to have proposed that the tale reflected memories of actual islands altered by seismic activity, a reading that leans toward empirical interpretation. Yet much of the ancient world treated the story like a myth among many, a useful tale for moral teaching or for filling in gaps in geographical knowledge. The Romans, too, filtered Atlantis through their own lenses, sometimes adopting it as a cautionary tale about empire and sometimes treating it as an exotic anecdote about ancient times. Seneca, Pliny, and Diodorus provide passing references or discuss lost islands and peoples, but they rarely attempt systematic investigation. For many centuries, the tale had a low hum in the cultural imagination, present but not dominant, a myth that could be called upon for moral aphorisms or rhetorical flourish. It was not until the modern era, when antiquarian curiosity intensified and global exploration opened new geographies, that Atlantis would re-emerge as a central obsession. In the Renaissance and Enlightenment age, Plato's writings became more widely accessible, and the idea of a lost advanced civilization started to fit neatly into an expanding worldview eager to reconcile classical texts with new discoveries. Humanists and philosophers debated whether Plato intended literal history or ideal allegory, and scholars translated and annotated the dialogues with ever greater care. Some thinkers read Atlantis as an imaginative device to critique Athenian imperialism, while others took the details as clues to a real prehistoric civilization that lay waiting to be rediscovered. The tension between allegory and archaeology was a persistent undertow. The 19th century unfurled the myth into public consciousness in unprecedented ways, driven by both scientific curiosity and a hunger for grand narratives. As empires expanded and geology and archaeology matured into disciplines, people began to ask whether Plato had recorded a real culture lost to cataclysm. The age of steam and telegraph, with its hunger for origins and grand syntheses, produced an appetite for an Atlantis that could satisfy both romantic yearning and scientific curiosity. The idea of a sophisticated civilization wrecked by natural disaster appealed to writers, explorers, and nationalists alike who wanted a foundational myth for their age. Perhaps no single book shaped modern Atlantis obsession more than Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, published in 1882. Donnelly argued that Atlantis had been the common source of all ancient civilizations, sending out seeds of culture across the world before sinking into the ocean. He marshaled linguistic similarities, mythic echoes, and architectural parallels into a sweeping, if speculative, narrative that seized the Victorian imagination. Donnelly's work is part polemic and part imaginative synthesis, and while modern scholarship dismisses many of his claims, his book solidified the idea of Atlantis as a real lost continent in popular culture. Donnelly's thesis resonated with the larger 19th century tendency to look for single origins, unified theories, and global antecedents. Colonial expansion had brought Europeans into contact with a bewildering variety of cultural forms, and a single ancestral civilization explained both similarity and difference with comforting simplicity. The idea that technology and religion could diffuse from a center to peripheries fit 19th century models of cultural transmission and made Atlantis a tempting answer. Yet this teleological impulse often flattened complexity and ignored the multiple, independent trajectories of human invention. Parallel to Donnelly's romantic speculation, scientific disciplines advanced skeptical explanations for aspects of Plato's story. Geologists and archaeologists began to understand earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and sea level changes as processes that could submerge coastal settlements and reshape maps. The eruption of Thera, known today as Santorini, became a candidate for the kind of catastrophic event that myths like Atlantis might preserve. Archaeologists excavating the Minoan civilization found traces of a sophisticated Bronze Age culture that had experienced violent environmental upheaval, including ash, earthquakes, and possible tsunamis. For many scholars, this archaeological scene provided a plausible historical kernel behind Plato's tale, even if it did not map perfectly onto the Atlantis narrative. The association with Thera is seductive because it supplies both a visual image and a geological mechanism, a powerful volcanic eruption that could cause destruction and cultural dislocation. The Minoans had wealthy palaces, maritime reach, and artistic sophistication, which partially dovetail with Plato's descriptions of an advanced island culture. Yet Plato's account situates Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules and dates it much earlier than the Minoan zenith, creating chronological and geographical tensions that complicated direct identification. The quest to reconcile those tensions has produced many inventive hypotheses and an endless chain of scholarly critique. Alongside the Minoan hypothesis stand other serious proposals that attempt to locate a factual basis for Plato's tale in real landscapes that experienced cataclysm. Some researchers have pointed to the submergence of coastal towns like Helike in Greece, lost in an earthquake in 373 BCE and subsequently inundated by the sea. Others have suggested submerged landmasses in the Atlantic, such as the area near the Azores, where sonar mapping and seafloor studies reveal interesting topographies. Each proposed site carries partial fits and glaring mismatches, and the diversity of candidates illustrates the human appetite for locating myth in matter. The multiplicity of plausible sites also underscores how flexible myth is and how eager people are to see their own region reflected in a grand narrative. The turn of the 20th century gave Atlantis a new cast as esoteric and theosophical movements adopted the myth and reframed it within spiritual cosmologies. Helena Blavatsky and her followers treated Atlantis as a stage in human spiritual evolution, an age in which advanced knowledge either flourished or was lost due to moral failure. Theosophy and related movements mingled Atlantis with ideas of root races, cyclical time, and spiritual degeneration, producing a narrative that was less archaeological than metaphysical. This esoteric turn helped transform Atlantis into a symbol of lost wisdom and cosmic tragedy rather than a strictly historical question. 20th century literature and film further expanded the Atlantis myth, turning it into a flexible trope that could be futuristic, utopian, dystopian, or ancient. Writers from Jules Verne to H.P. Lovecraft borrowed and reshaped Atlantean motifs, associating the lost city with advanced technology, strange arts, and forbidden knowledge. The aesthetic variations multiplied because Atlantis served as a convenient stage for exploring anxieties about modernity, empire, and the unknown. The city under the sea became a mirror in which each age could see its own hopes and fears refracted. Archaeology, geology, and advancements in radiocarbon dating and underwater surveying tempered some of the wilder claims while enriching the data available to researchers. Advances in seafloor mapping revealed submerged landscapes around Europe and elsewhere that had once been dry land during lower sea levels, suggesting that the prehistoric world contained unexpectedly different coastlines. The discovery of drowned river valleys and submerged settlements showed how sea level rise at the end of the last ice age could erase human habitations, adding plausibility to ancestral memories of inundation. But nothing in these technical developments has produced a smoking gun that matches Plato's description in every respect. What scientists find tends to complicate the picture rather than completing it. Comparative mythology offers another lens, illustrating how cultures worldwide craft stories of lost homelands and watery endings. Indigenous myths from the Americas, Australia, and Polynesia speak of seas rising and ancestral places disappearing, and many of these narratives encode careful environmental observations and moral teachings. The universality of flood myths suggests a deep human preoccupation with water as both life-giver and destroyer, and it explains in part why Atlantis resonates across cultures. Plato's account participates in a global language of loss that predates and outlives any single civilization. Linguistics and the search for etymological breadcrumbs have produced speculative links but little definitive proof about the origins of the Atlantis story. Words mutate, travel, and adapt. Names get attached and reattached to places as memories shift across generations. Attempts to connect the name Atlantis with specific linguistic families have not settled the matter because the name resonates with mythic connotations as much as geographic claims. Language serves memory but also transforms it. In the case of Atlantis, etymology clarifies motives less than it ignites further speculation. The archaeological impulse to find Atlantis has at times blended into nationalism and political myth-making, and that mixture has predictable consequences. Some nationalists have sought to claim Atlantis as a cultural progenitor, using the tale to assert ancient primacy or to justify territorial claims. In other instances, colonial narratives used Atlantis as a rhetorical tool to claim a lineage of superiority, or conversely, to romanticize vanished cultures as victims of imperial hubris. Myths like Atlantis are malleable symbols that can be enlisted for many causes, and that malleability makes them powerful in the wrong hands. Skeptical scholarship has consistently argued that Plato fabricated Atlantis as a useful political fable, or at least that he adapted older myths into a new philosophical frame. Many classicists point to Plato's philosophical aims, his theories of ideal states, and the corrupting influence of wealth and power as primary motives for inventing or reshaping the story. The dialogues, read in their immediate philosophical context, function as thought experiments about the nature of justice and the fragility of civic virtue. Reading Atlantis allegorically does not diminish its literary power, it only relocates its truth from archaeology to ethics and from places to ideas. Most modern classical scholars treat Atlantis as a Platonic invention informed by older materials rather than as a verbatim record of an actual island. They emphasize how Plato borrows from earlier mythic motifs, Egyptian historiography, and Greek folklore to create a narrative that is both persuasive and pedagogic. If there is a historical kernel, scholars argue, it is likely small, perhaps a recollection of maritime power and natural disaster compressed and amplified into a moral fable. The tiny seed of truth theory satisfies those unwilling to embrace full fabrication while resisting the extravagance of literalist claims. Yet the lure of the literal interpretation refuses to die, and fringe theories have flourished in modern times, mixing half-credible archaeology with fanciful speculation. From pseudo-archaeological claims that Atlantis was highly technologically advanced to narratives that claim Atlanteans influenced ancient Egypt and the Americas, these theories weave disconnected data into grand patterns. Such narratives often ignore scientific standards and rely on selective readings, placings, and wishful thinking, and they have been critiqued by mainstream historians for lacking rigorous methodology. Still, their cultural appeal speaks to a deep human desire for origins that are noble, ancient, and world-shaping. The mythic power of Atlantis also thrives in religious and spiritual reinterpretations, where the island becomes a symbol of lost spiritual knowledge and cosmic fall. The idea of a prelapsarian age of harmony, then chaos, then redemption, fits comfortably into prophetic frameworks that seek to explain human moral decline and future restoration. Religious retellings often spiritualize Plato's political message, transforming political failure into metaphysical catastrophe and providing moral instruction under the cover of cosmic history. In these forms, the Atlantis narrative becomes less about geography and more about existential counsel. Few dare to speak their truth. Is Atlantis a myth, a prophecy, or a warning for us? Do you have the courage to say it in the comments? A recurring theme in interpretations of Atlantis is the motif of hubris, which Plato clothes in the garments of imperial ambition and cultural decadence. The story's moral center is unmistakable: empires that forget their origins and laws invite destruction. Whether read literally or allegorically, the tale warns that technological achievement and wealth do not immunize a society against moral catastrophe. That ethical lesson is one reason the myth retains its cultural traction. It speaks to perennial anxieties about prosperity, governance, and fate. Another angle worth pursuing is the technological imagination that Atlantis stimulates, particularly the idea that a prehistoric society could reach high levels of engineering and metallurgy. Plato's mention of orichalcum and of vast marketplaces suggests a culture of specialized crafts and complex economic networks. These suggestions feed modern imaginings of Atlantis as a cradle of lost arts, a repository of forgotten techniques that might explain sudden surges in cultural complexity elsewhere. Such notions reflect modern fascination with technological discontinuity and the hope that recovery of lost knowledge might propel humanity forward. Plato's technical descriptions, however, are as much rhetorical as empirical, and his distances and measurements resist clean translation into modern units. Critics who try to map Plato's numbers onto the modern map often find themselves engaged in a game of adjustments and reinterpretations. Even so, those numerical specifics have a seductive force because they offer the illusion of precision and thereby allow enthusiasts to anchor speculation in apparent data. The desire for certainty drives many speculative projects to squeeze Plato's numbers into modern frameworks, even when the fit is uneasy. The question of chronology is another stubborn issue. Plato places Atlantis' downfall 10,000 years before his own time, a date that sits uncomfortably with archaeological evidence for complex societies in the Mediterranean. Interpreters have variously adjusted or reinterpreted Plato's chronology, proposing that he or his sources used different calendars or that the number was symbolic and not literal. Time in myth rarely behaves like time in scientific accounts. It compresses, expands, and recodes events according to moral and cosmological frameworks. For those who insist on literal dating, Plato's figures are both tantalizing and maddeningly imprecise. On the social level, the Atlantis narrative also invites questions about how societies remember catastrophe. Collective memory is fragile and mutable, and traumatic events often become myth over generations. Stories condense complex, multi-causal events into narratives that fit communal identities and moral lessons. Atlantis can be read as a cultural memory of sea-based catastrophe, but it can also be read as an invented memory, tailored to serve Platonic philosophy. The interplay between memory and invention complicates any straightforward attempt to recover a historical Atlantis. In recent decades, underwater archaeology has become more sophisticated, using submersibles, sonar mapping, and remote sensing to explore submerged landscapes and test hypotheses. Discoveries of submerged settlements and ancient shorelines have enriched our understanding of how prehistoric people lived near coasts and how rising seas reshaped their worlds. These findings corroborate the plausibility of local disasters being preserved as myth while reminding us that mythic fidelity to a single event is unlikely. The sea hides more than cities, and each discovery tends to add nuance rather than closure. The environmental sciences have also contributed to the conversation by reconstructing past sea levels, climate shifts, and earthquake histories. Paleoclimatic data show episodes of rapid sea level rise and abrupt climatic events that could produce sudden flooding or subsistence stress. These natural events would have left deep impressions on societies dependent on coastal resources, potentially spawning the kinds of stories that eventually made their way into Plato's narrative. However, environmental plausibility does not equal historical identity. A natural match remains circumstantial. Ethnographic and oral traditions offer additional context for understanding how stories of lost homelands survive across generations. In many cultures, oral narratives preserve details of past landscapes, migrations, and catastrophes long after physical traces have disappeared. These narratives are selective and shaped by contemporary concerns, yet they can carry kernels of accurate observation about rising waters and shifting coasts. The study of oral tradition thus illuminates how archaeology and myth can correspond without being identical. The literary qualities of Plato's writing also deserve attention because the style of Timaeus and Critias blends historiography with evocative description. The dialogues are crafted to move an audience intellectually and emotionally, using drama, character, and setting to make a philosophical point. Plato's rhetorical mastery helps explain why his invention, if that is what it is, has suggested such a convincing reality to so many. A well-told story can outlast factual correction, and Plato knew how to tell one. Plato's dialogues have produced a rich interpretive literature, from the earliest Greek commentators to modern critical editions, each approach bargaining with the text in different ways. Some treat the dialogues as primarily philosophical thought experiments, others as moral exemplars, and yet others as veiled histories that require excavation. Scholarly arguments often hinge on minute textual clues, the names used, the cadence of a sentence, or the way a detail is emphasized. These small tokens become battlefields for competing claims about Plato's intentions. The image of Atlantis has also been used artistically as a kind of mythic playground where composers, painters, and filmmakers explore themes of loss, beauty, and the uncanny. Visual representations often emphasize the grandeur of the lost city, the translucence of submerged ruins, or the tragic nobility of a doomed people. These artistic renderings shape public imagination as powerfully as scholarship does, because images enter popular culture with a force that can outstrip critical nuance. The aesthetic of Atlantis, therefore, is as significant as its supposed historicity. Modern fictional treatments of Atlantis continue to adapt the myth to contemporary anxieties, substituting ancient technology for modern threats or recasting the island as a site of spiritual return. Novels and films have imagined everything from utopian enclaves conserved beneath the sea to monstrous civilizations whose hubris warranted annihilation. This adaptability helps Atlantis remain culturally relevant. The myth proves fertile precisely because it can yield so many metaphors and moral parables. Atlantean narratives have also intersected with conspiracy thinking, which often finds Atlantis a handy origin story for hidden technologies and clandestine elites. Such stories typically rely on selective evidence and interpretive leaps, proposing alternative histories that place Atlantis at the center of global development. These versions are rarely constrained by methodological rigor and thrive on secrecy and insinuation, reflecting broader patterns in the culture of conspiracy. They also indicate how ancient myths can be recycled to produce modern anxieties about elites and knowledge. The psychology of Atlantis is another compelling angle, for the myth taps into deep human motifs: the fear of loss, the longing for a golden age, and the ache for a simpler, more rooted past. Jungian analysts have suggested that Atlantis functions as an archetype, a collective symbol of a lost center that the psyche mourns and hopes to restore. Whether or not one accepts such psychoanalytic readings, it is evident that the story resonates with basic human emotions and existential questions about time, morality, and downfall. This resonance helps explain why Plato's tale continues to be retold and reimagined. The historiography of Atlantis is itself a long story, composed of layers of belief, denial, embellishment, and correction. Each era rewrites the myth according to its own technical resources, anxieties, and intellectual fashions, producing an evolving chorus of voices. Studying this historiography reveals less about Atlantis itself than about the cultures that have chosen to engage with the myth. In that sense, the narrative of Atlantis is a mirror reflecting changing human concerns across centuries. Another consideration is the role of translation and interpretive filtering. Many readers encounter Plato not in Greek but through translations that carry the biases and assumptions of their eras. Renaissance translators, Enlightenment scholars, and modern classicists each bring different hermeneutic tools to the text, affecting how the story is read and understood. Variations in translation can shift a sentence from metaphor to claim, from decorative detail to central fact. Consequently, the reception history of Atlantis is partly a history of reading and misreading. Maritime archaeology, meanwhile, has begun to complicate the romantic image of submerged stone cities by revealing that many coastal sites were modest communities rather than monumental capitals. Submerged landscapes show a patchwork of human occupation that often lacks the centralized grandeur Plato describes. This mismatch forces a reevaluation of what an advanced ancient society might look like and cautions against projecting modern criteria onto ancient communities. Archaeology can illuminate patterns of social complexity without confirming grand myths wholesale. The political uses of Atlantis in the modern era are varied and sometimes troubling. Political movements seeking to root identity in antiquity may invoke Atlantis as an ancestral homeland, while environmental activists use the myth as a stark metaphor for climate change and sea level rise. The latter adaptation is particularly resonant. An island civilization swallowed by the sea serves as a poignant emblem for contemporary worries about global warming and the fragility of human settlements. When used in this way, Plato's story becomes a modern moral tale about stewardship, not just a curiosity of classical literature. Critics have also pointed out the gender dynamics implicit in Plato's narrative, which frames the island's founding in terms of patriarchal descent from Poseidon and the subordination of the mortal woman Cleito to divine paternal designs. The myth assumes a gendered hierarchy and organizes inheritance and kingship accordingly. Feminist readings have unpacked these elements to show how the story encodes ancient patterns of divine right and social order that Plato uses to talk about law and governance. Such readings highlight how the myth not only tells of political collapse, but also reproduces certain structures of authority in its very telling. Another strand of inquiry examines the religious and ritual dimensions of the Atlantis story, particularly the centrality of the temple and the sacred duties of the kings. Plato's narrative situates worship and sacrifice at the heart of political legitimacy, suggesting that piety and social order were thought to be intimately linked. The loss of religious balance, therefore, is not merely spiritual but civic, and the gods' punitive flood represents a reassertion of cosmic law. This ritual focus helps explain why Plato's tale functions as a moral corrective designed to instruct as much as to amaze. Philosophically, Atlantis allows Plato to explore the idea that human prosperity is conditional, and that moral virtue or its absence determines a state's endurance. The narrative is a practical demonstration of Plato's theory that political systems must be grounded in ethics rather than material success alone. By offering an example of a state toppled by its own excesses, Plato dramatizes his arguments about education, governance, and the soul. The story thus remains useful for students of political thought even if it lacks historical verifiability. The endurance of Atlantis in popular imagination also owes something to the human penchant for mystery and the pleasure of the unsolved. The story offers a riddle that invites participation: find the island, decode the chronology, reconcile the details. That invitation keeps the myth alive, because solving mysteries is an inherently rewarding activity for many minds. The search for Atlantis becomes a narrative that includes not only the ancient past, but also the contemporary seekers who make the hunt their own. In addition to scholarly and popular debate, geographic imagination plays a central role in how Atlantis is conceived. Cartographers, explorers, and writers have mapped and remapped the margins of known seas, and empty spaces on maps historically invited speculation about unknown continents. Such cartographic blankness feeds the idea of vast, undiscovered lands where advanced civilizations might quietly have flourished and perished. The disappearance of such blank areas as exploration filled them and did not end the Atlantis myth but shifted it, turning mysterious spaces into symbolic ones. The interplay between science and myth in the Atlantis story is emblematic of a larger human tendency to overlay narrative onto data and data onto narrative. Scientists bring methods and measurements, yet human beings remain story-making animals who want coherence and moral meaning. Atlantis sits at that junction, a place where empirical inquiry and imaginative longing meet and sometimes collide. The ongoing dialogues are not merely about facts, but about what humans want to believe and why. Even as mainstream scholarship grows more sophisticated, new discovery technologies ensure that speculation about Atlantis will continue. High-resolution seafloor maps, ancient DNA, and improved chronologies give researchers tools to test specific hypotheses about migration, trade, and disaster. Each new finding has the potential to illuminate aspects of the Bronze Age world that might have informed memories of catastrophe. But new data also generate new questions, and the sensible stance is one of careful integration rather than of final pronouncement. A final but important observation is that Plato's Atlantis, whether mythic invention or echo of a vanished reality, functions as a mirror in which successive cultures see their own anxieties reflected. In the ancient world it served to critique imperial arrogance. In the modern world it becomes a climate parable, an origin myth, or a repository for spiritual longing. The story's capacity to be reworked explains its astonishing persistence. It remains relevant because it manages, with economy and dramatic force, to bundle political, ethical, and existential lessons into a narrative that is at once local and cosmic. As listeners continue to turn the pages, drive the roads, and scroll the screens, the tale of Atlantis will likely keep morphing, harnessed to varying philosophies and technologies. New narratives will add new layers, and the old text of Plato will continue to be read, misread, and reread through every new lens. The endurance of the story is a testament to the human hunger for meaning and loss, and to our stubborn hope that by understanding the past, real or imagined, we might better steward the future. Plato's Island, whether a caution about politics or a memory of sea and ruin, remains an invitation to reflect on what societies choose to honor, preserve, and, ultimately, forget. Listen closely and let the sound of the sea become a companion to the tale, because the story of the Atlantean rise begins on a coastline where myth and memory meet and the horizon looks like an unending promise. For those who first told it, Atlantis was more than an island. It was an idea given stone and water, a city whose ambition reached toward the sun. People spoke of a founding that felt inevitable, as if geography and fate had conspired to lift a single place above the ordinary. From the outset, the city was not content with survival alone. It sought to shape the world around it. In the first centuries, small communities clustered around fertile river mouths and sheltered bays, their lives braided with the rhythms of tide and storm. Fishermen charted the shoals, farmers coaxed crops from rich alluvial soils, and artisans learned the language of metal and clay. These early practicalities gave way to organized labor, and then to specialization, as the population swelled and new needs emerged. Where need existed, governance followed, and the rudiments of leadership grew into something more articulate and purposeful. A hereditary council of seamasters and landholders is the picture handed down in the oldest ballads, men and women who combined wisdom of the tides with knowledge of trade. They established rules for ports, standardized weights and measures, and mediated disputes with a fairness that invited loyalty. Their authority was not enforced only by arms, it was reinforced by ceremony, by festivals that stitched disparate neighborhoods into a single civic fabric. Ritual mattered as much as law, and the invisible threads of belief bound people to one another and to the city itself. From the very beginning, the Atlantean leaders understood the importance of architecture as an expression of power. Public spaces were crafted with an eye for both grandeur and utility, plazas that caught light at dawn and harbors that welcomed ships in comfort. Architects used local stone and imported timber, blending techniques learned from travelers with innovations born out of the city's own laboratories. Buildings were decorated not only to impress but to teach. Reliefs, mosaics, and inscriptions told the city's origin, its heroes, and the philosophy that justified their sway. Their writing system began as marks on pottery and ledger tablets, crude tallying of grain and wool that would become an elegant script over generations. Scribes occupied revered positions, guardians of memory and administrators of empire. The script allowed the rulers to codify agreements, to record treaties, and to prod civic life toward greater efficiency. As literacy flowed outward from palaces and temples into workshops and shipyards, the pace of innovation accelerated. Trade arrived like a second tide, bringing with it both wealth and influence. Atlantean ships, broad-beamed and swift, made regular voyages to distant shores, returning with timber, dyes, metals, and ideas. In exchange, they exported textiles and techniques, pottery of a distinctive blue glaze, and a cultural vocabulary that marked Atlantean presence abroad. Ports became cosmopolitan by choice, not merely by accident, and the city learned to master maritime commerce with a discipline that would underpin political ambition. As wealth concentrated and trade networks thickened, the Atlantean elite invested in symbols of permanence. Aqueducts were raised to carry mountain waters into the heart of the city, while canals and locks made the inner quarters navigable and hospitable. Gardens bloomed upon terraces, and fountains sang in plazas where people gathered to argue politics and praise gods. Public architecture created an impression of control over nature, an idea central to how the Atlanteans imagined their role in the world. At the center of their belief lay a complex pantheon, gods who personified storm and harvest, craft and law, the sea and the hearth. Priests did more than lead rituals. They were advisors, astronomers, and keepers of knowledge whose calendars ordered planting and sailing alike. Temples pulsed with a mix of devotion and practicality, where offerings were made in the hope of good fortune and astronomical observations were turned into predictive charts for navigation. The sacred and the secular intermingled so seamlessly that religion lent moral authority to the state's decisions. Power within the Atlantean system was rarely absolute in any single hand, at least in the early age. Instead, a balance of magistrates, merchant lords, and priestly houses shared influence, forming an elite that could manage conflicts internally without rupture. This equilibrium allowed for deliberative policymaking. Wars were calculated, famines provisioned, and public works funded through consensus. Where one faction overreached, the others could check it, and far from weakening the state, this pluralism enabled adaptability and resilience. The Atlantean law code was celebrated as a practical, humane instrument, concerned with contracts, property, and restitution rather than draconian punishment. It aimed to keep commerce flowing and to protect the grain supply, because the rulers understood that prosperity was the most reliable source of loyalty. Justice was administered openly, in halls where the populace could observe proceedings and thus internalize the bonds of civic duty. The spectacle of accountability buttressed the legitimacy of governance. Music and poetry flourished in this environment of relative stability, and cultural life became a vehicle for reinforcing civic identity. Ballads recounted the deeds of founding captains and the wisdom of early magistrates, while theater staged parables about hubris and moderation. Craft guilds elevated practical knowledge with aesthetic refinement. Silversmiths and weavers competed not only on technique but on taste. The arts were not simply entertainment but a civic enterprise that taught values and connected the living to a shared past. Education followed naturally from a society that prized both trade and ritual. Apprentices learned at the knees of masters, while more formal academies taught mathematics, astronomy, and rhetoric to those who would serve the state. The curriculum was pragmatic, intended to produce competent architects, navigators, and engineers as well as eloquent magistrates. Knowledge was cultivated as a public good even as it produced private fortunes, and the interplay between public institutions and private enterprise fueled the city's creative engine. Military traditions developed out of the need to protect trade routes and secure borders rather than from a thirst for conquest. The naval forces were dominant, a fleet of triremes and later more sophisticated ships that could escort merchant convoys or blockade hostile harbors. Land forces were professionalized too, with garrisons trained to hold outposts and defend granaries. Military discipline and engineering merged in the construction of fortresses and in the logistics required to sustain campaigns abroad. Diplomacy was as carefully cultivated as weaponry. Atlantean envoys deployed a combination of gifts, marriage alliances, and trade incentives to weave a web of influence across neighboring nations. Treaties were layered and renewed, and the city preferred to make allies out of potential rivals, absorbing them into a network that radiated power without provoking a unified opposition. Where diplomacy failed, force was applied with precise objectives rather than open-ended conquests. The economic foundations of their power were deceptively simple: control of resources, efficient transport networks, and the ability to process raw materials into sought-after goods. Mines in the hinterlands delivered metals, forests provided timber for ships, fertile plains ensured grain surpluses. Artisans transformed these into finished products that fetched premium prices in distant markets. The state's involvement in infrastructure, roads, canals, ports, lowered transaction costs, and magnified private initiative into public prosperity. As the city matured, its rulers began to think in terms of empire. Not an empire of rapine, initially, but an imperial system of dependencies secured by treaties, colonies, and client states. Outposts on strategic islands and promontories became hubs for trade and cultural exchange, and in time they formed a maritime belt of influence. Each new foothold was justified as necessary for the security of the convoys that underwrote the capital's affluence. Colonization in the Atlantean model rarely meant wholesale displacement of local populations. Instead, it favored integration, marriage ties, and the establishment of mixed communities where the ruling class kept the ports and administered trade while permitting considerable autonomy. This approach made the imperial network lighter and more durable because it relied more on cooperation than on direct bureaucracy. Local elites found it advantageous to link themselves to the Atlantean system, and their loyalty became another strand in the city's web of power. This period of expansion sharpened Atlantean identity. Citizens and subjects shared symbols, language elements, and a sense of participation in something grander than their immediate towns. Monuments in colonial ports bore inscriptions in the Atlantean script and copies of city law, binding distant coasts to the capital. Imperial festivals were celebrated in miniature across the network, and tradesmen carried motifs from the capital into foreign markets, making the Atlantean aesthetic itself a type of soft power. Ambition, however, always carries the danger of arrogance. The rulers increasingly believed in a providential narrative that their city had been chosen by the gods to govern the seas and civilize lesser peoples. This ideology could be benign, motivating public works and philanthropic patronage, but it also bred contempt for those outside the orbit of power. Narratives of superiority were woven into education and ritual and slowly hardened into a justification for political interference when the opportunity arose. Administrative complexity deepened in response to the empire's scale. Tax collectors, maritime inspectors, and overseers were appointed to ensure the flow of resources to the capital and the maintenance of the fleet. Bureaucracy acquired its own momentum and its own culture of record-keeping and regulation, which improved efficiency but also created resentment among those taxed and regulated. The state had to balance central control with local initiative lest petty grievances sour loyalty across the network. Technology played a decisive role in consolidating Atlantean power. Engineers developed new alloys for ship hulls and fast, reliable pumps for harbor maintenance, and they mastered the art of large-scale irrigation. Innovations in metallurgy allowed for stronger tools and weapons, while architectural advances created vaulted halls and seawalls that protected the city from floods and siege. These practical achievements were celebrated as signs of the city's superiority and were often attributed to divine favor by the priests. The Atlanteans also turned their gaze to the heavens with systematic observation. Astronomers mapped the stars with precision enough to improve navigation on long voyages and to develop a calendar that coordinated agricultural and religious life. This celestial knowledge had both practical and ideological implications. It enabled merchants to voyage farther with confidence, and it confirmed clerical prophecies, strengthening the link between sacred knowledge and statecraft. In this way, science supported the narrative of civilizational ascendancy. Civic identity was not merely imposed from above, it emerged in the daily textures of life. Markets spilled into alleys where pickpockets and poets could be heard, and neighborhood associations managed water distribution and street repairs. Citizens took pride in matching the city's standard of cleanliness, order, and hospitality, because a well-run city meant opportunities for all who lived within its walls. This shared sense of participation made the city's success feel like a collective achievement. Yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. The distribution of wealth created stark contrasts between neighborhoods of marble palaces and quarters where laborers lived in cramped rows. Slavery existed within the system, an uncomfortable reality that complicated claims of moral superiority. Debates about reform, about limits on elite power and protections for the poor, occurred in the open air of public forums and in the quieter councils of guild halls. The city was a place of negotiation as much as of decree. Artisans and merchants sometimes formed powerful coalitions, using their economic clout to influence policy. Guild charters guaranteed apprenticeships and set standards of quality, and these associations lobbied for trade protections and lower tariffs. In periods when merchants blocked access to ports or refused to fund convoys, the state felt their leverage and found ways to accommodate, sometimes by offering privileged trading rights and sometimes by integrating guild leaders into the governing apparatus. The result was a political economy where private interest and public authority were carefully entwined. Religion adapted to the empire as well, with cults and rituals absorbing local deities into the Atlantean pantheon in a process of syncretism. This religious flexibility eased governance, as locals continued familiar rites under new auspices, while priests from the capital offered legitimation to allied rulers. The great temples in the capital became repositories of art and archives, places where law, memory, and worship intersected. Pilgrimages to these temples forged emotional ties between distant peoples and the seat of power. Cultural exchange deepened in the marketplace of ideas. Scholars from colonized cities traveled to study under renowned masters, while Atlantean engineers took contracts abroad. Philosophers debated ethics of rulership and the proper use of power, while poets wrote elegies for lost heroes and manifestos for civic reform. These intellectual currents made the Atlantean world lively and porous. Influences traveled in every direction and altered both the center and the periphery. The city's festivals were spectacles of civic pride, orchestrated displays that fused religion, art, and politics. Processions wound through streets lined with banners, theatrical performances dramatized the city's founding myths, and athletic contests celebrated discipline and excellence. These events were not merely entertainment. They performed and reproduced social order, reminding citizens of the history that justified their present and the virtues expected of them. The shared sensory experience of these festivals forged cohesion with a power that laws alone could not achieve. Architecture continued to evolve under the pressure of both aesthetics and utility. Civic buildings were designed to accommodate growing bureaucracies, with archive rooms cooled by passive ventilation and bridges built to connect ever-expanding neighborhoods. The use of decorative inlays and mosaics told stories in stone, and gardens were arranged according to principles that balanced shade and breeze, integrating comfort into urban planning. The city became a text that you could read by walking its streets, each facade offering a chapter in a civic narrative. Public health was an increasing concern as density rose. Officials invested in sewage systems, quarantines during epidemics, and regulations for food markets to avoid contamination. Clinics staffed by learned physicians treated injuries and common illnesses, while natural philosophers sought herbal remedies and surgical techniques. Such investments in communal well-being were both pragmatic and ideological. A healthy populace was more productive and less likely to be swayed by sedition or despair. The Atlantean economy also encouraged creativity in finance. Merchant bankers emerged to underwrite voyages, offering letters of credit that allowed trade to expand well beyond the limits of single voyages. Early forms of insurance spread risk across networks, enabling bolder adventures and larger cargoes. These financial innovations had a multiplying effect on commerce and allowed wealth to be mobilized quickly for public works and military campaigns alike. With wealth came visible inequality, and that inequality produced its cultural reflections. Luxury goods, filigreed jewelry, fine textiles, perfumes distilled from rare flowers, became markers of status. The elite cultivated tastes that separated them socially from the masses, patronizing artists who commemorated their deeds and sponsoring temples and libraries in their names. This display of opulence was meant to inspire awe and to signal stability, but it also made the elite vulnerable to charges of decadence when times were hard. The naval power of Atlantis was a story of constant innovation and logistical mastery. Shipwrights developed modular construction techniques, allowing vessels to be repaired quickly and upgraded with new rigging. Harbor masters coordinated arrivals and departures with a precision that kept perishable goods from spoiling and maximized the fleet's commercial throughput. A well-run navy was both protector and symbol. It safeguarded commerce while broadcasting the state's capacity to project force over water. Intelligence networks complemented these naval strengths. Spies and informants reported on the politics of client states and monitored rival fleets, while merchants served as carriers of news and rumor. These channels allowed Atlantean leaders to anticipate problems and to adjust diplomacy or deployments before crises escalated. Information, in this sense, became an arm of power as important as any trireme, enabling decisions that were nimble and well-informed. The cultural geography of the empire was mapped in layers: centers of administration, satellite ports, agricultural hinterlands, and sacred sites, each with a distinct relationship to the capital. Roads connected inland agrarian zones to the city, while fleets connected the coasts to each other. This network made possible the mass movement of grain in lean years and the redistribution of labor during construction projects. The capital's ability to mobilize resources across a regional canvas was the foundation of its greatness. Colonial cities developed their own elites who adopted Atlantean manners while adapting to local conditions. These provincial aristocracies served as brokers between the capital and rural communities, collecting taxes and maintaining order. Over time, they acquired their own identities, which could diverge from the cultural line of the center. This divergence was rarely violent in the early centuries. More often it amounted to creative syncretism that enriched the empire's cultural palette. But empire also invited competition on multiple fronts. Neighboring powers grew wary of Atlantean influence, and shifting alliances meant that a diplomatic advantage one year could dissolve the next. Military engagements by proxy and direct skirmishes tested the state's resolve, and occasional blockades threatened the lifelines of commerce. These pressures forced the city to refine logistical systems and to develop contingency plans that could keep trade moving even under duress. The question of governance in far-flung dominions became acute as the empire expanded, and the capital experimented with different models: direct rule in strategically vital places, client kings in culturally sensitive regions, and protective treaties where interests aligned. This flexibility made administration more responsive but also introduced inconsistencies that sometimes bred resentment. Administrators in the provinces could be corrupt or neglectful, and when the central government failed to enforce standards, loyalty eroded. Civic identity was reinforced by shared narratives about the founding, told in concerts of oratory and stone reliefs that celebrated early heroes and the blessings of the gods. These narratives had variations, of course, depending on who told them, but they converged on themes of duty, moderation, and the common good. Schools taught these myths as moral instruction, not merely as entertainment, thereby aligning personal ambitions with the city's welfare. It was an education in belonging. The rulers funded exploratory missions to chart distant seas and to test the limits of their navigational knowledge. Some voyages were commercial in purpose, looking for resources to integrate into the economy, while others were driven by curiosity, seeking new islands, new peoples, and new stars to map. Reports from these journeys returned not only with cargo but with sketches of strange coastlines and accounts of unfamiliar customs that challenged Atlantean self-understanding. Such encounters tempered hubris and added nuance to imperial policy. The historiography of Atlantis itself became a project of statecraft. Chroniclers were sponsored to write histories that legitimized the present by invoking noble ancestors and explaining the city's destiny. These works blended fact, argument, and artful invention in a way designed to instruct as much as to record. For later generations, these histories would become primary sources, shaping the memory of a civilization whose material traces would be partly lost to time. At the height of its power, the Atlantean capital was a mosaic of districts, each with its own economic focus and social tenor. The port district thrummed with cranes and cables, the artisan quarter glowed with furnaces, the civic center pulsed with magistrates and temple rituals, and residential neighborhoods offered both stately mansions and modest homes. The city's complexity was its strength, a web of interdependent functions that made it adaptable and alive. Yet great cities also face the tyranny of scale when challenges multiply. Managing freshwater reserves for a burgeoning populace, securing borders against opportunists, and maintaining supply lines to distant garrisons required constant attention and sustained investment. When attention wavered or treasury coffers dipped, vulnerabilities emerged. This is the slow arithmetic of power. Every gain demands maintenance, and neglect compounds itself like rust in a fleet's hull. Cultural production in the late imperial period turned reflective. Poets and philosophers began to ask whether expansion had altered the moral fabric of society, questioning whether wealth had replaced virtue and whether imperial dominance had corrupted the spirit of civic life. These debates had real consequences because rhetoric shapes policy. Denunciations of excess sometimes precipitated reform movements that sought to rein in elite privileges. The city wrestled with self-criticism in a manner that is almost uniquely human. In response to internal critiques and external pressures, reformist leaders rose every few decades, proposing legal restraints on the excesses of magistrates, tax reforms to aid poorer districts, and public campaigns to restore civic virtues. Some reforms stuck in reshaped institutions, others were watered down or reversed by entrenched interests. The tension between reform and reaction was a constant rhythm, producing periods of renewal and retrenchment that would mark the city's trajectory. Innovation continued despite these tensions. Architects experimented with lighter domes and flood-resistant construction, engineers developed water wheels and improved milling techniques, and agronomists introduced crop rotations that boosted yields. These practical improvements reduced the city's vulnerability to famine and enabled it to support a larger, more diverse population. Progress took place in ordinary workshops as much as in grand palaces. The capital's libraries became repositories of both local achievement and foreign knowledge, housing scrolls on mathematics, treatises on shipbuilding, and collections of poetry. Scholars translated works from distant tongues and debated the merits of different systems of thought, enriching the city's intellectual life. The circulation of books and ideas played a crucial role in standardizing practices across the empire and in training the administrators who would run its complex machinery. Entertainment evolved into a public spectacle that often intersected with politics. Dramatic performances could be overtly political, with playwrights testing the boundaries of satire and social critique. Public debates were organized as events that drew crowds, functioning as both civic education and a means of social control. Performance for the Atlanteans was a way of negotiating public values in a community too large for face-to-face consensus. The legal system also adapted to the complexities of empire by establishing commercial courts with specialized judges who handled maritime disputes and contract enforcement. These courts were vital in maintaining confidence among merchants who risked long voyages and large investments. A reliable legal environment reduced transactional friction and made the city a magnet for capital and talent. Trust, built into institutions, proved as valuable as any fleet. The city cultivated a sophisticated sense of image and diplomacy expressed through ambassadorial gifts, architectural modeling in far ports, and the granting of honorary titles to cooperative foreign rulers. Such soft power extended Atlantean influence beyond coercive means and made alliances less fragile. By combining persuasion with prestige, the capital crafted an international presence that was both admired and resented in equal measure. Music and visual art absorbed foreign influences and transformed them into distinctive Atlantean idioms. Musicians invented instruments that blended wind, string, and percussion traditions, creating harmonies that became instantly recognizable in every coastal tavern. Painters developed a palette that favored oceanic blues and sunrise golds, motifs that referenced the city's maritime heart. Art was a language of identity, weaving together the empire's many voices into a chorus. The social life of the city widened as professional associations and clubs proliferated, offering venues for social mobility and communal decision-making. Merchants networked in exchanges, scholars met in salons, and religious confraternities provided mutual aid. These institutions knitted the urban populace into functional communities, offering both social capital and practical support when crisis struck. Civic life depended on these decentralized bonds as much as on formal authority. As the empire's influence expanded, it encountered peoples with different political structures and worldviews, requiring negotiation and adaptation. Some alliances were framed around shared myths, others around mutual economic benefit, and still others around the commonplace human need for security. These interactions forced the Atlanteans to refine their diplomatic language and to cultivate empathy across cultural boundaries. Empire, in practice, was an exercise in constant adjustment. The late imperial age saw a blending of magnificence and anxiety. Architectural projects grew more monumental as rulers sought to leave legacies of power that outlived their reigns, while at the same time economic cycles and climate variability pressed on agricultural yields. The state responded with ambitious engineering projects to manage water and to shore up coasts, investing public capital in forms of infrastructural insurance. The tension between grandiosity and prudence defined the era. Stories of grand naval expeditions circulated widely, some celebrated and others cautionary, recounting voyages that opened new markets and those that ended in storms and loss. These narratives shaped public appetite for risk and informed debates about how much of the treasury should underwrite exploration versus public welfare. Risk management became an object of civic debate, with competing visions for the city's future articulated in popular assemblies and scholarly tracts. The military adapted to changing threats with innovations in fortification and tactics, learning to combat piracy and the occasional coalitions of hostile states. Engineers developed coastal batteries and improved signaling across the fleet, while tactical training emphasized coordination and endurance. Military success relied on discipline, intelligence, and logistics, and the state invested accordingly to preserve its commercial arteries. The quality of the military was a reflection of how seriously the city took its role as guarantor of stability. Yet the pattern of expansion carried within it the seeds of overstretch. Maintaining garrisons on distant outposts drained resources, and client rulers sometimes grew ambitious in their own right, testing imperial patience. Competing claims to authority and differing local loyalties created fault lines that could be exploited by rivals. The empire's coherence depended on a steady flow of trust and tribute, and when either faltered, cracks could spread quickly. Philosophers worried about the moral consequences of imperial life, arguing that citizens who never struggled to produce their own sustenance might lose the virtues that made a society resilient. Others countered that specialization and trade freed people to cultivate higher arts and sciences. These debates were not abstract. Policy decisions about conscription, taxation, and public service drew their language from these philosophical quarrels. In this way, ideas mattered because they shaped governance. The capital's economy was sensitive to climate and environmental change. Variations in rainfall affected harvests, and coastal erosion threatened low-lying quarters and harbor infrastructure. Engineers proposed various remedies: seawalls, managed retreats, and sacrificial marshlands meant to absorb storm surges. The state's ability to respond to environmental stressors became a measure of its competence and legitimacy, and ecological foresight was increasingly considered a duty of governance. Artisans continued to push the boundaries of craft, inventing innovations in glasswork and ceramics that not only delighted consumers but also found military and navigational applications. Optical devices improved mapmaking and night watch, while new alloys made for lighter and more resilient gear. The crossover between aesthetic pursuit and practical problem-solving marked the distinctive ingenuity of the city. Creativity fed both beauty and utility. The city's libraries and academies sponsored scientific expeditions into geology, botany, and marine biology, collecting specimens and compiling knowledge that informed agriculture and medicine. This empirical approach to nature contributed to better crop yields and more effective medical remedies, saving lives and stabilizing communities. The prestige of learned institutions grew as their research had tangible benefits for civic welfare. In times of crisis, such as crop failures or waves of disease, the resilience of the city was tested. Relief rations were distributed, quarantines enacted, and clerics called for public penance. These responses were not merely administrative, they were performative acts that maintained social cohesion in the face of fear. How a society navigates calamity is revealing of its deeper strength, and often crises produce innovations in governance and social solidarity that persist long after the emergency has passed. The capital's cosmopolitan nature made it a center for cross-cultural literary and aesthetic experiments. Poets translated foreign epics, playwrights adapted distant myths for local stages, and chefs blended flavors to create new culinary traditions. These cultural hybrids became characteristic of Atlantean life, a proof that empire could be creative as well as coercive. Taste and language shifted in small ways that accumulated into a distinct identity over generations. Material culture spoke eloquently of social values, communal fountains signaled the public's right to water, guild halls displayed tools of the trade in honorific bas-reliefs, and funerary monuments commemorated not just nobles but guild patrons and civic benefactors. The objects and spaces of daily life encoded the city's priorities, and by reading them one could sense the city's evolving moral economy. Memory was thus inscribed in stone and saved in common rituals. The legal innovations of the Atlantean polity also had far-reaching implications. Contract law, which enforced obligations across vast distances, lowered the cost of doing business and permitted long-term investment. Citizenship statutes defined rights and responsibilities in ways that incentivized participation in public life. The evolution of law was slow and often contested, but it embedded principles of accountability and reciprocity into the culture over generations. As the centuries progressed, the capital invested heavily in cultural diplomacy, sending artists and architects abroad to design civic projects that mirrored Atlantean styles. These projects acted as both soft power and as testimonials to the city's technologic and aesthetic superiority. The export of style became another currency of influence, subtle but effective, because people tended to emulate the fashions associated with prosperity and order. Rival states attempted to emulate Atlantean institutions, importing magistrates or inviting architects to model new buildings on their capital's designs. This diffusion created a zone of cultural and administrative coherence in which many states shared features that facilitated commerce and reduced friction. Atlantean influence thus became self-reinforcing. The more others adopted its practices, the more indispensable those practices seemed. But no city or empire can remain static while the rest of the world evolves, and the Atlanteans were forced to adapt to technological leaps beyond their control. The development of new ship types or warfare tactics abroad required corresponding adjustments in naval doctrine and domestic production. The capacity to learn and to remodel institutions in response to external change distinguished resilient states from brittle ones. The capital's civic rituals also evolved, absorbing new symbols and reinterpreting old ones to reflect current realities. Festivals incorporated songs celebrating trade partnerships and the heroes of naval logistics, while older myths were reread in light of contemporary challenges. Cultural continuity was preserved not by stasis but by reinterpretation, allowing the city to maintain a sense of identity while adjusting to new conditions. Trade routes sometimes shifted for reasons beyond the state's control: discovery of a new overland corridor, the collapse of a trading partner, or the outbreak of disease, forcing merchants and magistrates to reorient economic strategy. These shocks tested the adaptability of the city's commercial institutions and prompted investments in redundancy, multiple ports, varied suppliers, and stockpiled reserves. Economic resilience became as much about diversification as about sheer volume of trade. The governance of public works became an arena for competition among elites who sought to leave a visible legacy while securing the favor of the populace. Patronage could finance aqueducts or theaters and thus win public affection, but it could also be used to entrench family power and skew priorities toward prestige projects. Debates about the role of patronage were recurring, speaking to a deeper question of how public goods should be produced and who should benefit most from them. Civic pride was not merely the province of the elite. Common citizens celebrated local heroes and municipal achievements with a fervor that sometimes surprised visitors. Neighborhood festivals honored founding families, successful guilds, and even favorite animals like the city's sturgeons that were thought to portend good fortune. This multiplicity of loyalties, local and imperial, was not necessarily contradictory. Often it created a layered sense of belonging that sustained civic energy. The city placed a high value on visible competence in administration, and failures were met with public censure and sometimes dramatic reforms. Corrupt officials were exposed in public hearings and, at times, punished to restore confidence in governance. This culture of accountability, imperfect as it was, functioned as an important corrective mechanism and underscored the public's stake in the integrity of administration. Philosophical schools debated the nature of citizenship and the ethical limits of power, producing treatises that circulated widely and stimulated public discussion. Their ideas influenced young magistrates and provided rhetorical ammunition to reformers. Intellectual life thus directly touched the practice of politics, reminding citizens that the principles underlying their system were not mere ceremonial trappings but tools for deliberation and critique. The empire's art of memory, monuments, rituals, and public readings created a durable civic narrative that made successive generations feel connected to a founding purpose. These narratives were selectively constructed, of course, emphasizing elements that bolstered legitimacy and smoothing over episodes of violence or error. Memory, therefore, became an instrument of governance, shaping perceptions as surely as policy shaped realities. Naval logistics continued to define the state's strategic options. Warehouses, coaling stations in later centuries, and relay ports all ensured that fleets could operate effectively across long distances. The efficiency of these systems allowed the capital to respond quickly to threats and to project power when necessary. The maintenance of such a complex network required both technical know-how and continuous political will. In the cultural flowering of the mature empire, literature and scholarship reached new heights. Yet with refinement came snobbery and a widening gulf between tastes of the elite and the practices of everyday people. Elite salons could be dismissive of popular entertainments, and in reaction, popular art forms sharpened their critique. This tension contributed to a vibrant cultural ecology where different forms of expression competed for attention and legitimacy. The legal architecture of citizenship evolved to offer protections to merchants and to provide limited mobility for skilled artisans, creating avenues for individuals to rise through merit as well as birth. These pathways made the city attractive to talent from near and far, further enriching civic life. Social mobility, even if constrained, added dynamism to the economy and legitimacy to the governing order. Monumental building projects in the late Empire were both an exercise in technical mastery and a strategy of social cohesion, employing thousands of laborers and artisans and providing visible evidence of the state's commitment to permanence. The labor mobilized for such works reinforced hierarchical structures but also created shared experiences of achievement. These projects were thus practical investments and performative gestures that bound people together through common labor. Yet tensions over resources periodically erupted into civil unrest and factional rivalries that could paralyze administration, especially when economic downturns or military setbacks amplified grievances. Street demonstrations, occasional riots, and the politicization of bread distribution were symptoms of deeper structural stresses. How the state managed these disturbances often determined whether they dissipated as manageable crises or escalated into systemic challenges. The empire's longevity was partly due to its ability to absorb and co-opt regional elites into the governing structure. But this same strategy could produce entangled loyalties that complicated decision-making in times of rapid change. Local leaders who were too attached to regional power bases could resist reforms necessary for the survival of the broader polity. Managing these centrifugal tendencies required delicate balancing acts and flexible institutions. Economic diversification buffered the city against localized shocks. Investment in crafts, maritime insurance, agriculture, and intellectual property provided multiple revenue streams, reducing dependence on any single commodity or route. This plurality of sources made recovery from disruptions more feasible and encouraged entrepreneurial initiative. An adaptable economy is a resilient one, and the Atlanteans cultivated such adaptability as a deliberate policy. The interplay between public ritual and private piety shaped the moral psychology of citizens, encouraging generosity in public life while sanctioning ostentatious private behavior. Philanthropy became a political instrument, as patrons funded libraries and hospitals to win public admiration and secure their families' memory. Public generosity thus served political ends even as it produced tangible public benefits. In foreign relations, the Atlanteans relied on a sophisticated toolkit: tribute, marriage alliances, shared religious festivals, and economic inducements. This blended diplomacy often succeeded where force would have failed, creating durable bonds that outlasted individual rulers. The diplomatic corps became a professional elite whose subtlety and cultural fluency were as valuable as any military skill. Legal reforms in the later centuries sought to standardize commerce across the empire, reducing tariff barriers and harmonizing weights and measures. These measures lowered transaction costs and stimulated economic integration, making it easier for merchants to operate across wide distances. The integrative effect of law demonstrates how institutions can shape economic reality and magnify the advantages of a connected polity. The capital's cultural institutions, museums, libraries, and theaters functioned as repositories of identity and tools of education, preserving artifacts and texts that taught citizens about their past and their shared present. There were spaces where memory and innovation coexisted, where the past was invoked to legitimize the present and to imagine futures. Such institutions helped to sustain civic pride across generations. As the empire's reach continued, the pressures of governance became more visible in the regular strain on finances and the difficulty of responding expansively to local emergencies. Tax farming and borrowing occasionally became necessary to bridge gaps, producing debates about fiscal responsibility and the ethics of debt. The management of public finance proved a perennial challenge, one that required transparency and goodwill to maintain public confidence. Military campaigns undertaken to secure strategic routes were often costly and intermittent, producing short-term gains and long-term commitments. The decision to intervene abroad was rarely taken lightly. It involved calculations of benefit, risk, and reputation. War was a tool of policy but also a source of danger, and the state's ability to use it judiciously helped sustain stability. The arts continued to flourish even in moments of stress, their creative energy serving as an outlet for social critique as well as consolation. Poets and dramatists confronted the costs of empire, sometimes creating subversive work that forced public reflection. This cultural fermentation was part of the city's vitality, a sign that even amid entrenched structures, conversation and dissent found expression. The capital's architecture, gardens, and public artworks made the city not only functionally efficient but also aesthetically coherent, a place where beauty was deliberately cultivated as civic virtue. Citizens were encouraged to see their surroundings as a reflection of shared values, and care for public spaces was framed as an ethical act. The built environment thus served as both practical shelter and moral instruction. External shocks, new maritime powers, pandemics, or shifting trade winds could reorder the balance of advantage, forcing the city to pivot in unexpected directions. How well a polity adapts to such shocks depends on the elasticity of its institutions and the inclusiveness of its civic imagination. Atlantean resilience was tested repeatedly, and sometimes it passed the test with creative reorganization, at other times the consequences were harsher. Patronage remained a double-edged sword. While it funded masterpieces and public amenities, it also consolidated wealth in ways that could destabilize social harmony. Regulatory attempts to moderate patronage and to redistribute benefits often met resistance, yet they reflected an underlying civic desire for fairness. The negotiation over patronage was emblematic of the broader struggle to align private ambition with public welfare. Education continued to be a lever for social mobility, with scholarships and patron-funded academies training promising youth regardless of background. This investment in talent not only improved administrative capacity but also made the city a magnet for ambitious minds. Meritocratic pathways, imperfect though they were, contributed to the capital's dynamism and helped replenish its leadership ranks. Despite the sophisticated machinery of governance, the city remained vulnerable to unexpected internal rifts and external pressures that could transform strengths into liabilities. The complexity that enabled prosperity also complicated decision-making in crises. This is the paradox of scale. Systems that are rich and interconnected are also more susceptible to cascading failures when multiple stressors align. Amid these complex patterns of growth and challenge, the Atlantean people maintained a deep attachment to their identity, one that blended pride and accomplishment with an awareness of fragility. Public narratives emphasized stewardship of the sea and the need for prudence, reminding every generation that power required care. This ethos informed policy and private life alike, a cultural current that linked the past to the present and the present to the horizon. In the end, monitoring the rise of Atlantis is a study in how human societies organize ambition, distribute benefits and burdens, and imagine themselves worthy of the wide world. The city's achievements, its harbors, laws, arts, and knowledge, read like a manual for greatness, while its anxieties and contradictions remind us that greatness always costs. The story of the city's ascent is neither a simple triumphal march nor a melancholy decline. It is a complex, living narrative of people striving to make a durable and beautiful life in the face of an ever-changing world. The story of Atlantis opens like a memory that might belong to the sea itself, a rumor of a civilization so complete and so radiant that it became a mirror for every age's dreams and fears. Imagine a place where art and craft moved with the same steady breath, where songs were composed for the movements of the tide and stories were shaped to fit the curve of a lighthouse. In that first telling there is wonder, vast harbors, marble terraces, canals that cut through the city like veins, and towers that caught the light of a sun nearly as proud as the people who lived beneath it. Yet that splendor was never just architecture, it was a deliberate expression of a culture that valued balance, curiosity, and the careful stewardship of knowledge. To understand Atlantis, we must first listen for the hum of its daily life, the ordinary music beneath the extraordinary. People rose with the light and touched the water in ways that suggested ritual and habit braided together, fishermen blessing their nets, potters polishing the lip of a bowl to a sheen that would catch the morning. Women and men often worked in tandem rather than in isolated guilds, sharing labor across fields that produced strange hybrid crops and across shipyards where hulls were carved as if sculptors were composing small, seaworthy poems. Children learned by watching, by repeating, and by being entrusted early with small, precise tasks that taught them patience and pride. The streets of Atlantis were not chaotic. They were arranged with a deliberate logic, a geometry that served both beauty and function. Walkways wound up gentle inclines, flanked by trees whose roots were trained to hold the soil against tides and storms. The city planners, engineers, and priests in equal measure designed neighborhoods as clusters of interdependent life, with public baths that doubled as forums, and market squares that filtered travelers toward knowledge houses where scribes copied texts by lamplight. Even in their urbanity, they cultivated an intimacy with the natural world. There were gardens on rooftops, terraces of succulents that demanded little water, and canals that were cleaned by teams trained in the habits of fish and the cycles of silt. Language in Atlantis carried a kind of music that reflected their reverence for precision. Their words were carved to hold meaning like cups hold water. Even their metaphors were often practical, drawn from trades. A phrase that in other lands might compare wisdom to a deep well in Atlantis compared it to a calibrated cistern, levied and measured. That practical lyricism was a clue to how knowledge was treated, not idolized but organized, cataloged, and taught to be used. Knowledge was a tool and a ritual, a thing to be kept clean, like a blade, and often inscribed on materials that would outlast flesh. Education began early and never truly ended. Children apprenticed in households but also passed through the doors of the House of Records, a public place where elders read aloud maps of stars and lists of harvests, where apprentices learned to couple memory with method. Teaching was oral and tactile as often as it was abstract. Learners were encouraged to touch minerals, to taste the sap of experimental plants, and to listen to the sounds made by tensioned strings. That approach created a population that thought in practical metaphors. Problem solving was communal, and innovation emerged from conversation around low, warm fires as much as from formal instruction. The Atlantean calendar was a map of their priorities, tracing not only seasons but the cycles of ritual and research. Festivals marked times of sowing and harvesting, but also the winding down of long-term projects like the repair of subterranean cisterns or the calibration of navigational stones. Timekeeping devices, sundials, water clocks, and star charts were crafted with the same dedication as jewelry, fine enough to be worn and accurate enough to serve as civic records. The calendar's rituals were designed to encourage continuity, nudging craftsmen and scholars to hand techniques to the next generation within a predictable rhythm. Religion and cosmology in Atlantis were not separate from reason, they were married to it, a union of reverence and empirical observation. Temples often contained observatories and laboratories, and priests doubled as recorders of agricultural yields. Myths served to encode practical knowledge. A tale about a goddess who taught the people to terrace a hillside was also a manual on erosion control. This blending kept sacred stories grounded in the world, useful in crises and comforting in ordinary weather alike. When catastrophe or disease struck, the priests called for rituals that were accompanied by quarantines and rationing, which reveals a pragmatic tradition hidden within devotional acts. Their gods, then, reflected complexity rather than uniform power. Personifications of wind and current had followers, as did deities of metallurgy and of memory. Those who practiced medicine invoked patron figures of healing whose rites included empirical observation. An incantation might be followed by the careful application of poultices whose ingredients were known to have pharmacological effects. Here religion nurtured humility and cautious optimism. A ritual acknowledged the limits of human control while science offered incremental gains. That equilibrium shaped how Atlanteans experienced life. They were a people confident enough to study everything and careful enough to listen for consequences. Art in Atlantis was not merely decorative, it was a form of record-keeping and instruction. Sculptors encoded statistics about harvests and migrations into the geometry of bas-reliefs, and painters layered pigments with notations that could be read by trained observers. Public art served as communal memory, mapping major storms and treaties, victories and losses, and rich visual languages. There was also a private art, small, intimate objects crafted for a single person's solace, a carved wooden talisman for protection on a voyage, a soft textile woven to mimic the sound of rainfall. Artisans took pride in making pieces that told stories as clearly as any written chronicle. Music held an especially sacred place in Atlantean life, functioning both as entertainment and as a mnemonic device. Compositions were often structured to mirror the mathematics of tides or the pulse of agricultural cycles, so songs could be used to teach bodily rhythms and communal obligations in the same breath. Instruments ranged from shell trumpets that could carry a signal for miles to finely tuned harps played indoors to calm the nerves before surgery. Music also marked transitions, births, initiations, marriages, departures to sea, binding people together with sound the way architecture bound them with stone. Social structure in Atlantis blended merit with communal responsibility. Authority was not absolute but negotiated, an interplay between councils of elders, guild masters, and elected stewards who managed ports and granaries. Leadership emphasized stewardship. A leader was judged by how well they preserved knowledge and the environment rather than by conquest. Titles carried expectations of conservation and education. A minister of water governed research into desalination as much as the allocation of irrigation. Citizens expected their rulers to be custodians, curators of the common good rather than absolute monarchs. The economic life of Atlantis rested on a balance between trade and self-sufficiency. Markets were vibrant centers where spices, textiles, and tools exchanged hands, but local production could sustain a city through lean seasons because of meticulous storage and preservation techniques. Trade fleets were built from durable woods and reinforced with knowledge. Shipwrights understood not only hull shapes but the chemistry of glues and the properties of rope fibers. They traded knowledge as often as goods, sending skilled craftspeople abroad in exchange for rare minerals or planting stock that would diversify the local diet. Agriculture in Atlantis was inventive and adaptive, utilizing terraces, salt-tolerant varieties, and irrigation schemes that conserved fresh water. Farmers experimented with crop rotation and intercropping, and some fields were dedicated to plants used in medicine, dyes, and metallurgy. The rhythm of planting and pruning followed both weather cycles and research projects. Plots were sometimes set aside for experimental crossbreeding under the supervision of learned horticulturalists. That gave the culture resilience. Even during unpredictable seasons, they could adjust diets and supplies based on the data gleaned from meticulous records. Their understanding of natural resources was nuanced. resources were managed with an eye to long-term sustainability. Atlantean foresters practiced selective harvesting, and quarries were inventoried with precise maps noting seams of marble and ore. Environmental observation was part of daily life. Fisherfolk reported migratory patterns to civic registries, and waterkeepers tracked salinity and clarity to detect early signs of change. Because knowledge was communal, these observations were turned into policy. A warning from a coastal community about decreased fish stocks could lead to temporary moratoriums on certain nets and a reallocation of grain to affected families. Metallurgy in Atlantis was advanced and occasionally secretive. Metals were refined using kilns whose designs controlled airflow with surprising subtlety, and alloys were engineered to specific tolerances for tools, mirrors, and ornamental inlays. Metalworkers kept elaborate ledgers of heats, additions, and cooling times, treating these practices like recipes that combined art and chemistry. They also experimented with alloys designed to resist corrosion in the salty sea air, developing treatments and patents that would preserve tools for generations. The result was a material culture that married durability with elegance. Atlantean construction blended stone with techniques that managed seismic and marine stress. Foundations were built on compressed layers of gravel and volcanic ash, and flexible joints were used to allow for minor earth movement without catastrophic collapse. Architects incorporated water channels into building designs to manage runoff and to cool interiors, creating microclimates that allowed humidity-sensitive materials to last longer. Many of their structures were designed to be repaired in place rather than demolished, reflecting an ethic of maintenance. This philosophy meant that buildings aged with dignity rather than falling into ruin from neglect. Urban lighting was a discipline. Lamps and reflectors were carefully placed to extend the productive day without overwhelming the night. Light was used for more than illumination. It marked safe routes home and oriented sailors by reflecting off carefully polished bronze panels. The placement of lights relayed information, like a code that only the city knew, dimmed in times of mourning, brightened for festival nights. Even the color of light mattered. Different oils produced different hues, and those choices were made purposefully to affect mood and to preserve sensitive materials. Public health in Atlantis emerged from a blend of herbal knowledge, hygienic practices, and an organized civic infrastructure. Baths were public institutions, not merely social spaces, where water circulation and filtration were designed to reduce disease. Healers used both empirical observation and spiritual ritual, preforming procedures with tools made of high-quality metals and sterilized with heat and salt. Quarantine measures were enacted when outbreaks occurred, reflecting a recognition that individual rituals alone could not protect the populace. Public systems and compliance were necessary to preserve life. Medicine combined botanical pharmacopoeia with surgical skills and a proto-epidemiological sense. Practitioners maintained lists of ailments that included symptoms, likely causes, and the effectiveness of treatments over time. They tracked the results of poultices, the longevity of remedies, and the seasonal patterns of illness, creating a culture that learned from failure as much as from success. Methods were shared in careful, codified ways so that apprentices could reproduce techniques and recognize when something failed because of misapplication rather than misunderstanding. Astronomy and navigation were central sciences that combined observation with practical application. Atlantean skywatchers charted star movements, noting subtle precessions and using those observations to refine their sailing calendars and agricultural cues. Navigational stones, polished, and laid devices designed to hold magnetically sensitive points, were calibrated to local magnetic variations and used alongside sextants of a different design. Such practices turned the night sky into a guidebook of sorts, one that every merchant captain consulted before leaving harbor and that scholars used to refine theories about the nature of distant planets. Libraries and archives were the heart of the society's collective memory. Scrolls and tablets were stored in climate-controlled rooms where humidity and temperature were managed to preserve the delicate fibers. Scribes developed shorthand systems and index tables that allowed for easier retrieval, and public access to these archives was a civic value. People used the archives to settle legal disputes, to share recipes for medicinal compounds, and to teach future generations. The archive system created continuity, a long, faint thread that linked every age of Atlantean life. Philosophical schools developed from a fusion of practical investigation and ethical reflection. Thinkers debated the human relation to knowledge. Was it a resource to be exploited, a trust to steward, or a language to be shared? These debates were not languid, they fed into policy. Philosophical positions shaped how minds were regulated, how foreign treaties were negotiated, and how citizens were expected to use and guard information. The schools encouraged skepticism paired with responsibility, valuing empiricism without discarding meaning. Storytelling functioned simultaneously as entertainment, education, and social glue. Epic poems carried genealogies and legal precedents, while short folk tales encoded cautionary principles about greed or neglect. Public recitations were occasions for community reflection, and the best storytellers doubled as informal historians, weaving facts into effective shapes that ensured recollection. Storytelling traditions also evolved as other cultures traded with Atlantis, absorbing and reshaping foreign motifs into a local idiom that kept the culture open to new ideas while sustaining a sense of identity. The maritime culture of Atlantis extended well beyond commerce. It was the medium through which they defined themselves. Sea voyages were organized with meticulous care, charts annotated with currents, winds, and the behavior of certain whale pods were standard equipment on a captain's desk. Ship crews practiced techniques for preserving food at sea and for repairing hull damage under challenging conditions. Navigation was a civic art, passed from master to apprentice, with rituals before departure to align not just masts and sails but the crew's shared expectations and responsibilities. Diplomacy was a craft in its own right, and Atlantean negotiators were trained to approach interactions as cases of mutual stewardship. Treaties often included clauses for knowledge exchange, libraries lending texts, artisans teaching techniques, and medical practitioners offering training. This was less idealism than strategy. Knowledge transfer built stable alliances and created interdependence that favored peace. Their envoys traveled with a repertoire of cultural artifacts that conveyed respect and invited reciprocity, a practice that often won goodwill where clumsy force would have failed. Conflict, when it occurred, was complicated by their ethical frameworks. Warfare was not glorified but regulated, fought by professional contingents whose members were obliged to adhere to codes that limited certain kinds of damage to civilian infrastructure. Siegecraft, where deployed, still required that essential systems, water sources, archives, and hospitals be protected if at all possible. Such restraint was not always observed, of course, but the existence of these norms reveals a society that thought about the moral consequences of violence in terms of communal survival. The legal system reflected an emphasis on restitution and repair rather than on punitive erasure. Courts convened with juries of peers who weighed facts and precedents drawn from communal archives, and punishments included obligations to restore what had been damaged. Laws codified responsibilities to neighbors and to the environment. Pollution and negligent harvesting were offenses because they endangered the common resources that the city depended upon. This legal emphasis nurtured a culture where citizens felt bound to protect shared assets rather than simply to use them. Science in Atlantis advanced through a combination of patient observation and collaborative experimentation. Scholars built instruments and wrote meticulous reports. Hypotheses were proposed and then tested in a social environment committed to replication. That culture of verification reduced the charm of superstition and elevated carefully documented results, though a few mysteries remained, which is to say that not everything could be explained, and the pursuit of explanation became a shared civic value. Laboratories were public spaces and think tanks were workshops. Solutions were built in sunlight as often as in the glow of the hearth. Engineering was practical and beautiful. Bridges were not merely utilitarian spans, but public statements about load-bearing and proportion, constructed to last generations. Aqueducts and reservoirs were designed with redundancy in mind so that a single breach would not collapse supply chains. Engineers kept not only technical diagrams but also narrative records of their decisions, why a canal took a certain route, why a dam favored a gentle slope rather than a vertical face. That storytelling within technical practice created a tradition of accountable craftsmanship. Currency had both material and symbolic significance. Metal coins were stamped with seals that denoted not only value but also the city's pledge, a declaration that certain civic goods or protections lay behind each unit of exchange. In some neighborhoods, barter persisted in parallel with currency, particularly in remote areas where social bonds mattered more than minted exchange. Both systems encouraged reciprocal behavior rather than extractive profiteering. Economic health was judged by distribution and resilience as much as by aggregate wealth. Fashion and personal adornment were ways of signaling skill and affiliation. Clothing styles were influenced by practical concerns, layers for stormy weather, solar fabrics for bright coastal days, yet they were also canvases for identity. Weavers and dyers moved in close collaboration with botanists to develop new pigments and textures that could resist salt and sun. Jewelry signified roles within guilds and could also encode technical information, small emblems that indicated a person's craft or their training in certain knowledge schools. Rituals of passage were both intimate and civic, binding personal milestones to public witness. Initiation into a craft was formalized with ceremonies that included the public reading of a master's ledger and a recitation of core techniques. Marriages involved not only familial vows but also an exchange of knowledge tokens, charts, recipes, or a small text that ensured both households contributed to the city's intellectual commons. Even funerary rites favored remembrance over erasure. Biographies were read aloud and a record of the deceased's contributions was archived. The ethical fabric of Atlantis emphasized reciprocity, curiosity, and restraint. These were not abstract virtues but operational commitments. Reciprocity meant sharing discoveries, curiosity meant probing established answers, restraint meant avoiding excess consumption. Civic rituals and laws reinforced these habits, making them habitual rather than aspirational. When the balance among these three began to shift in stories of decline, the narratives reflected not merely economic failure but a loss of cultural discipline. The city's aesthetics were a dialogue between raw materials and refined technique. Marble was not only quarried but aesthetically arranged so that veins and textures would catch light to dramatic effect. Wood was joined in ways that celebrated grain and strength, and ceramics were glazed with mineral combinations that resisted salt and recorded the maker's signature. These choices reflected an ethic. Materials should reveal their histories while being shaped into new functions, a kind of ecological storytelling embedded in objects. Academies were places of open inquiry, often attached to public gardens or observatories where students could move from theory to practice. Professors lectured on ethics alongside hydraulics, and debates about metaphysics frequently concluded with pragmatic experiments. The academies emphasized method over dogma, a claim needed to be replicable in practice and durable across seasons. That insistence produced steady innovations, and it cultivated an intelligentsia that thought in systems rather than slogans. Culinary culture in Atlantis was inventive and attuned to seasonality. Recipes were preserved like small cookbooks of ecological knowledge, instructions encoding how to make the most of available ingredients. Cooking techniques included early forms of preservation, salting, smoking, fermenting, so that long sea voyages and winter months would not be ruinous. Meals were shared communally more often than not, and the act of sharing food functioned as a civic reaffirmation of reciprocity. Textiles were technologically advanced in ways that also expressed cultural symbolism. Fibers were blended to achieve tensile strength and moisture resistance, and patterns encoded family histories and trade partnerships. Tapestries often doubled as teaching devices, illustrating agricultural cycles, solar charts, and legal maxims woven into borders. The weavers kept detailed dye recipes and thread counts, and their guild records are said to have preserved much of the practical mathematics that went into textile engineering. Craft guilds were more than professional associations, they were educational institutions and guardians of method. Entry into a guild required proof of skill, but also a demonstration of commitment to teaching and to the preservation of technique. Masters kept ledgers not solely to protect the guild secrets but to maintain standards. A welder could be challenged by presenting a public test that demonstrated the durability and precision of their work. This communal standardization preserved quality across generations and facilitated trade beyond the city's walls. Writing systems in Atlantis ranged from utilitarian ledgers to elaborate pictographic tablets intended for ceremonial contexts. Scripts were refined to convey both numerical precision and narrative nuance, and scribes trained in multiple registers could switch between practical notation and richly adorned manuscripts. The multiplicity of scripts indicates a society comfortable with complexity. Communication was customized to context rather than reduced to simplicity. That layered writing culture enabled the preservation of technical data alongside mythic memory. The Atlantean calendar and astronomical records were curated with meticulous care. Observatories were linked by a network of timekeepers who synchronized instruments across distant watchtowers, minimizing discrepancies between local readings. Clerks maintained chronicles that compared star charts across decades, documenting long-term cycles and anomalies. These archives became essential resources for sailors and farmers and also fed philosophical inquiries into cosmology and time. Ceremonial architecture often expressed a synthesis of civic and scientific motifs, with temples doubling as observatories and public halls incorporating acoustic designs for clear oratory. Spaces were created so that sound, light, and air could be managed, voices amplified by curved walls, light focused through narrow apertures at particular times of day. The built environment was thus an active participant in civic life, directing attention and framing knowledge. That conscious choreography taught citizens to move through space with an awareness of shared purpose. Public festivals showcased the community's knowledge and achievements, not merely its wealth. Engineers demonstrated new waterworks, astronomers presented rare celestial observations, and craftsmen exhibited innovations in materials and technique. These events were a kind of public peer review, where inventions were displayed, criticized, and either improved upon or folded back into existing systems. The festivals reinforced the cultural norm that knowledge should be visible and tested in public, creating an ongoing practice of communal refinement. The material culture of Atlantis included household devices that reveal a subtle technological sophistication. Storage jars were shaped to reduce spillage and chemically treated to resist contamination. Hinges and locks were designed to last through decades of weather. Even everyday objects were made with an eye to longevity, implying a cultural aversion to planned obsolescence. A household was a microcosm of the city's values, care, repair, and a respect for the labor embedded in objects. Trade routes connected Atlantis to distant shores and to intellectual exchange as much as to the exchange of goods. Merchants returned with new ideas and plants as often as with spices and metals, and the city's cosmopolitan neighborhoods contained languages and practices from multiple lands. Trade was regulated by quality controls and knowledge-sharing agreements, ensuring that incoming goods met standards while also allowing foreign techniques to be assimilated. That openness contributed to the city's resilience and to its cultural richness. Scientific instruments were both functional and ceremonial, often crafted with decorative features that also served to convey information. An astrolabe might be inlaid with concentric scales that indicated measurement errors and calibration notes, transforming a navigational device into a teaching tool. Instrument makers documented calibrations and failure modes so that others could reproduce reliable results. This transparency fostered trust and encouraged iterative improvements across generations of craftspeople. Environmental management in Atlantis was sophisticated, combining large projects with localized stewardship. Watersheds were monitored by teams that recorded precipitation, runoff, and silt accumulation, allowing policymakers to anticipate needs. Polluted areas were remediated by teams trained in both engineering techniques and botanical restoration, and buffer zones around sensitive ecosystems were legally protected. That environmental ethic was a cornerstone of social stability. When it eroded in mythic retellings, it often foreshadowed the city's troubles. Pharmaceutical knowledge was detailed and systematic. Healers maintained inventories of compounds with descriptions of preparation methods, dosage, and observed side effects. They practiced a version of clinical observation, noting variations across age groups and seasons. Pharmacological knowledge was communal, codified in texts that were periodically reviewed and updated as new observations accumulated. This method helped preserve effective remedies and discard harmful ones over time. The relationship between center and periphery in Atlantean society was negotiated rather than imposed. Outlying settlements were autonomous in many respects yet participated in shared infrastructures like the grain stores, navigational charts, and legal codes. That structure encouraged local innovation while still binding distant communities to central standards. The result was a networked polity in which local knowledge fed the center and central resources shored up the margins. Architectural ornamentation often served didactic ends, telling stories about law, trade, and morality in stone and tile. Murals depicted not just gods and heroes but also technical processes, how to build terraces, how to weave, how to repair sails, ensuring that civic knowledge was literally part of the city's face. The built environment thus functioned as a repository of practical wisdom, an inherited manual that citizens could consult as they moved through the city. In the realm of optics and visual technology, Atlantis made advances that affected both artistry and science. Mirrors were polished to precise curvatures for use in both observatories and ceremonial contexts, and lenses were ground for magnification in workshops where scholars refined their instruments. These optical devices improved navigation, medicine, and craftsmanship, enabling fine work that would otherwise have been impossible. Visual technology was therefore not a mere convenience but a driver of other innovations. Religious rituals often involved communal labor and learning rather than solitary piety. Temple projects engaged broad groups in building and maintenance, and ritual tasks were designed to transmit specialized skills to participants. That collectivized devotion tied spiritual practice to civic productivity, and sacred service was a means of perpetuating craft knowledge. Through these practices, religion intertwined with education and public welfare. The Atlantean view of death was practical and commemorative, involving public memorials that recorded a person's contributions alongside family remembrances. Funerary inscriptions were rich with lists of apprentices taught, projects completed, and innovations introduced, biographies meant to be read by future scholars. Burial practices reflected an understanding that memory was a civic resource to be managed and curated. This careful record-keeping ensured that knowledge was reattached to names and deeds rather than disappearing into anonymous loss. Philosophical debates about the limits of knowledge were central to Atlantean intellectual life. Some argued for maximal transparency and sharing, believing that open exchange would lead to steady improvement, while others advocated for selective secrecy to protect crucial techniques from misuse. These debates were not purely theoretical, they influenced how sensitive knowledge, navigation charts for dangerous reefs, or certain metallurgical formulas, was distributed and taught. The tension between openness and guarded expertise shaped policy decisions and social norms. The arts of persuasion and rhetoric were taught with rigor, because speech mattered in public decision-making. Orators were trained to marshal evidence and emotion without slipping into demagoguery, and public deliberation rituals were designed to allow for structured argumentation. That discipline supported a culture of debate in which policy could be tested in public forums before being enacted. This habit of reasoned discourse contributed to a relatively stable civic life, even amid disagreement. The city's mechanical inventions ranged from simple gear systems to larger-scale hydraulic devices. Water-lifting mechanisms used a variety of levers and counterbalances, refined for different tasks from irrigation to draining inundated streets. These machines were carefully documented and standardized so that repairs could be carried out by local cooperatives. Their existence shows that Atlantis relied on both manual skill and mechanization, with technologies designed to enhance labor rather than replace communal participation. Weather prediction was an applied science undertaken by a network of observers. Markers along the coast recorded swell patterns and sudden temperature changes, while inland stations monitored barometric indicators and cloud formation. Data was shared by relay to a central bureau that issued forecasts, enabling preemptive measures such as reinforcing sea walls or adjusting the planting calendar. That early meteorological awareness reduced losses from storms and improved food security. The Atlantic environment shaped Atlantean spirituality and practice, but they also shaped the sea in return. Breakwaters, artificial reefs, and managed oyster beds were all employed to stabilize coastlines and support fisheries. These interventions were carefully documented and maintained by specialized crews who understood both marine ecology and engineering. The city's relationship with the ocean was therefore reciprocal. They took sustenance and prestige from it, but they also invested labor and knowledge to maintain a resilient interface. Education of foreign students was an active policy, with guest scholars invited to study at Atlantean institutions and in turn share their traditions. These exchanges broadened the intellectual base and allowed new techniques to travel across boundaries. Foreign students often returned to their homelands with copies of Atlantean treatises, seeds, and tools, thereby exporting the city's influence through soft power. The sustained flow of people and texts created a cosmopolitan character and a web of intellectual alliances. Atlantean poetry was more than aesthetic, it was mnemonic, ethical, and practical. Poets composed long sequences that encoded navigational instructions or cataloged plant properties in metrical form so that merchant captains and healers could remember them. Such poems were recited at markets, in schools, and on ships, tying the art of verse to survival and commerce. In this way, aesthetic practice served functional ends without losing its beauty. Gender roles in Atlantis were complex and fluid, with many crafts and offices open to all who demonstrated skill. Certain tasks required strength or certain physical attributes, but those were not necessarily gendered in the modern sense. Skills were assessed on capability and inclination rather than fixed social assignment. This pragmatic approach encouraged a broad distribution of knowledge and kept labor flexible. In some religious contexts, leadership roles alternated across genders as a ritualized practice to model balance and shared responsibility. Children's education included lessons in ethics as well as practical technique. Youngsters were guided to consider the consequences of wielding knowledge. Storytellers used fables to teach restraint and examples of misuse to warn against hubris. Play, too, was instructive. Games were designed to develop coordination and problem-solving, and apprentices began their training through supervised play that mirrored adult tasks. That educational environment created citizens who were technically competent and ethically aware. The Atlantean imagination loved classification. Scholars categorized plants, animals, minerals, and crafts into detailed taxonomies, often illustrated and cross-referenced for easy use. Those lists became the foundation of many trades and medical practices, and they were constantly revised as explorers brought back new specimens. The impulse to classify reflected a broader cultural habit, to bring the world into ordered knowledge so that it could be better stewarded. Craftsmanship in Atlantis often combined multiple disciplines. A shipbuilder might be a mathematician in private and a poet in public, applying proportional theory to the whole while composing a launching hymn. This crossover of skills was encouraged by guilds and academies, which rewarded interdisciplinary work and made space for hybrid careers. The result was a culture in which technical precision coexisted with aesthetic sensibility. Atlantean law included environmental protections that would seem far-sighted to many later societies. Specific statutes limited clear-cutting, mandated buffer zones for wetlands, and prohibited dumping of certain chemical residues. The enforcement of these laws was a civic concern, with penalties designed to restore damaged areas rather than simply punish the perpetrator. Such legislation reflected an understanding that ecological health was inseparable from long-term civic prosperity. Scholarly disagreement was institutionalized through public disputations where rival theories were argued and tested. These debates were recorded and archived so future scholars could trace the evolution of ideas. The practice created a culture where challenge and refinement were routine, ensuring that science remained alive and dynamic. It also made intellectual humility a virtue. No theory was beyond revision. Minority communities existed within Atlantis and contributed to its diversity of knowledge. Their crafts, languages, and medical traditions were often integrated into the broader culture through trade and intermarriage. While tensions arose, there were also institutional mechanisms, mediating councils, shared festivals, and mixed guild memberships that fostered inclusion. This pluralism enriched Atlantean knowledge systems by bringing in different perspectives and techniques. The apothecaries of Atlantis kept meticulous journals of drug trials and patient responses. They experimented with combination therapies, noting interactions and contraindications. Because their practice was institutionalized within civic systems, successful remedies were disseminated and ineffective ones were abandoned with evidence. These practices gave Atlantean medicine a robustness that relied on records rather than on temporary authority. Relics and heirlooms in the city served as tactile continuity to the past, objects handled in rituals that linked generations. Family heirlooms were sometimes engraved with restoration records to show repairs across ages, creating a written genealogy of care as much as of ownership. This practice underscored an ethic. Objects were to be preserved and passed on with their stories intact, not discarded or hoarded. Ceremony and law sometimes intersected in surprising ways, as when legal penalties were enacted through ritualized restitution observed publicly. A person found guilty of environmental damage might be required to participate in a public rebuilding project as a form of both punishment and education. These hybrid responses reinforced communal bonds and taught practical skills while addressing harm. They also made justice an instrument for civic reinforcement rather than pure retribution. Atlantean diplomacy often leveraged cultural exchange for strategic ends, offering artisans and scholars as ambassadors of goodwill. These cultural emissaries opened doors where military force or heavy-handed trade might have closed them. The subtlety of such diplomacy reflected a deep understanding. Influence is often more enduring when knowledge and technique, not violence, are the exported goods. Military technology, where developed, was often defensive and engineered to minimize civilian harm. Fortifications were designed to protect critical infrastructure, and weapons technology emphasized precision and restraint over mass destruction. Martial training included ethical instruction about the protection of civilians and cultural assets. This balance between defense and civility reflected the society's commitment to preservation even in conflict. Forensics and early investigative techniques were part of civic administration. Officials trained in observation could reconstruct incidents by correlating physical evidence with eyewitness testimony and environmental records. These methods reduced wrongful accusations and increased the reliability of adjudication. The forensic practice underscores the Atlantean commitment to empiricism in public life. The decline narratives surrounding Atlantis are as telling as its apogee because they expose the society's tensions and vulnerabilities. Many tellings emphasize hubris, the idea that wealth and knowledge were misused, but other versions point to ecological stress, resource depletion, or catastrophic tectonic events. What stands out is that the same practices that sustained Atlantis, centralized knowledge, dense urbanism, and maritime commerce, also created complex dependencies. When those dependencies were upset, the systems that had been designed for resilience were strained beyond capacity. Stories of moral decay often accompanied tales of technical failure, suggesting that technological sophistication was no shield against social breakdown. A well-documented deficit was the erosion of trust between centers of knowledge and the broader citizenry. When elites began to hoard information for power, communal systems frayed. This fracturing made collective action, required to repair seawalls or manage food shortages, more difficult, and small failures compounded into systemic collapse. Natural disasters are central in many accounts of Atlantis' end. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and sudden climatic shifts appear in chronicles as immediate triggers, but they were often preceded by environmental mismanagement or gradual shifts in resource patterns. Whether disaster was the prime mover or the final blow, the city's demise became a parable about the limits of human engineering in the face of overwhelming forces. It also raised questions about predictive governance and the humility necessary for long-term planning. There are versions of the fall that emphasize human action, wars, political betrayal, or misapplied technologies that destabilized the civic balance. These narratives often use the decline as a cautionary tale about concentration of power or the erosion of ethical education. The variety of accounts shows how Atlantis became a mirror in which each era projected its own anxieties about empire, about environmental decay, about the misuse of knowledge. Survivor communities and diaspora traditions carried fragments of Atlantean knowledge into other cultures, transmitting innovations in agriculture, art, and metallurgy. These fragments often took root in distant places and blended with local practices, seeding hybrid forms of craft and thought. Traces of Atlantean technique can be inferred in later traditions of shipbuilding and in certain botanical cultivars that appear in multiple regions following the alleged fall. Rediscovery narratives began early, with explorers, philosophers, and poets trying to reclaim a lost past. Some sought physical ruins and mapped anomalies in oceanic charts, while others pursued the philosophical essence of Atlantis as an ideal of knowledge and balance. The quest for material evidence became entangled with the desire for moral exemplars, and it was difficult to separate archaeological curiosity from cultural longing. That mixture has driven centuries of investigation and speculation. archaeology, and modern hands, approached Atlantis with both rigor and restraint. Scholars sifted through layers of myth, examined geological records, and tested artifacts with increasingly precise techniques. Many potential Atlantises collapsed under scrutiny as more mundane explanations emerged, yet the search continued because of the profound symbolic power of the idea. The scientific investigation was as much about methodology, how we know what we know, as it was about discovery. Alternative theories proliferated, some grounded in careful interdisciplinary work and others drifting into speculative fantasy. The debate between scientific method and narrative desire fueled public fascination. Atlantis became a litmus test for how cultures balance evidence with yearning. That tension is part of the reason the myth endures. It is both a puzzle and a projection, inviting both empirical inquiry and imaginative reinvention. Atlantean legacy in literature and art took many forms, from tragic ballads to speculative utopias. Writers borrowed the city's symbols, crystalline towers, learned priesthoods, drowned halls, and reworked them to comment on contemporary issues. In the 20th and 21st centuries, Atlantis has functioned as a metaphor for lost knowledge, a warning about hubris, and a romantic aspiration for a civilization oriented toward wisdom and balance. Its representation changes with each age, reflecting the perennial human desire to imagine a better past or a possible future. Museums and cultural institutions in various lands have curated Atlantean-style collections, both to preserve artifacts that resemble the myth and to educate the public about the historical analogs that might have inspired it. Exhibitions juxtaposed fragments of ancient seafaring technology with contemporary models, inviting visitors to see continuity in human ingenuity. These displays often emphasize the combination of art and science that characterized Atlantean practice, and they used narrative to bridge the gap between myth and plausible history. Philosophers have used the Atlantis story to explore ideas of civic responsibility and the ethics of knowledge. If the myth is a parable, it is a parable about how a society treats what it knows and how it shares or hoards that knowledge. The stories encourage reflection on contemporary problems. How should modern societies steward collective resources, prepare for ecological change, and maintain an ethic of shared information? In that sense, Atlantis remains urgent and relevant. Modern engineers and urban planners sometimes look at Atlantean descriptions as inspirational models for resilient design. The ancient city's emphasis on redundancy, maintenance, and integrated systems resonates with contemporary ideas about sustainable infrastructure. While literal replication is neither possible nor desirable, the principles, designed for repair, think ecologically, plan for disaster, are borrowed and adapted. Atlantis becomes less a blueprint and more a touchstone for values in urban design. Cultural memory has a way of flattening complexity into simple lessons, and Atlantis has been both a blessing and a curse in this regard. On one hand, the myth inspires allegiance to learning and to stewardship. On the other, it can be weaponized into a fatalistic narrative that blames decline on inevitable hubris rather than on correctable error. The challenge for modern interpreters is to recover the textured practices behind the myth and to glean pragmatic insights rather than reductive morals. Speculative technologies imagined for Atlantis, crystalline energy systems, advanced optics, or unusual alloys, spurred both scientific curiosity and fanciful fiction. Some inventors took inspiration and pursued feasible lines of research, translating imagination into experiment. Others indulged in fantasy, imagining devices more magical than engineering would allow. The interplay between speculation and application reflects a broader human habit. Myth stimulates inquiry, which in turn tempers and redirects myth into practical exploration. The rhetoric of recovery, searching for and reclaiming lost knowledge, has shaped both scholarly projects and popular culture. Rescue archaeology, heritage preservation, and ethical repatriation debates often cite Atlantis as an emblem of what is at stake when knowledge disappears. That rhetoric can motivate careful stewardship and also inflame possessive attitudes. Responsible engagement means preserving objects and stories, but also acknowledging the living cultures that carry knowledge forward. In recent decades, interdisciplinary approaches have produced richer, more nuanced reconstructions of how an Atlantean-like society might have functioned. Scholars combine geology, climatology, archaeology, and textual analysis to imagine a civilization that balanced maritime prowess with terrestrial resilience. These reconstructions emphasize contingency. Success rested on numerous small practices: maintenance crews keeping seawalls repaired, honest cataloging of seed varieties, and traditions of apprenticeship that together supported a large urban population. The message is procedural rather than mystical. Resilience requires countless daily habits sustained over generations. Contemporary artists and musicians continue to draw on Atlantean motifs to explore themes of loss, remembrance, and hope. Installations that mimic submerged architecture use light and sound to evoke the sense of ruins as repositories of memory. Composers craft pieces that echo the described music of the city, blending rhythms that suggest tides and machinery. These modern creations are acts of cultural reenactment. They imagine what a lost civilization might have sounded and seemed like, and in doing so they keep the idea alive as a living aesthetic project. Education programs frequently use Atlantis as a case study for systems thinking, teaching students to see the links between environment, technology, and social norms. Lessons drawn from Atlantean narrative encourage problem solving that accounts for feedback loops, unintended consequences, and the ethics of resource distribution. The myth thus serves an instructive function in modern curricula. It is an accessible narrative scaffold for complex systems literacy. The enduring fascination with Atlantis also reveals something about human psychology. We are a species that wants to locate meaning in ruins, to imagine a past that justifies present anxieties and hopes. Atlantis supplies a repository of archetypal imagery, a lost city, a fallen wisdom, a final warning that can be adapted to many messages. That adaptability is why the myth refuses to die. Each generation redrafts it to speak to immediate concerns, and in the process Atlantis remains perpetually relevant. Examining the archaeology of coastal societies that might have been models for Atlantis reveals modest, resilient practices that sustained large populations without relying on mythic technologies. Careful storage, diversified diets, maritime trade, and robust civic institutions appear repeatedly. These historical analogs show that the grandeur of the myth likely amplifies real achievements into heroic proportions, but they also confirm that practical communal knowledge can create societies of remarkable complexity and endurance. The role of women in continued knowledge transmission is often understated in mythic accounts but becomes clear in detailed studies. Women served as healers, weavers, traders, and sometimes as guild leaders. Their technical contributions, especially in textile engineering and medicine, were central to the city's survival and the continuity of its practices. Recognizing these contributions complicates simplified narratives about gender and power and restores a fuller picture of social dynamics. In the end, the most compelling lesson of the Atlantis narrative might be its insistence that knowledge is a public good that requires active maintenance. Books must be copied, walls must be mended, rituals must be enacted, and apprentices must be trained. None of these tasks are glamorous, but they are essential. When a community preserves those tasks, commits to repair, record, and teach, it increases its chances of enduring through change. Atlantis, as both myth and model, teaches that civilizations are built not just by bright inventions but by less visible systems of care. The story of Atlantis resists tidy closure because it lives in so many forms: archaeological conjecture, moral parable, design inspiration, and artistic muse. Each retelling emphasizes different strands, sometimes the splendor, sometimes the decline, sometimes the technical ingenuity, and sometimes the ethical failure. That multiplicity is part of its strength. The myth adapts to the needs of the listener and invites continual reinterpretation. As a cultural object, it keeps asking us to examine how knowledge is organized, shared, and preserved. Listening closely to the many voices that have reshaped Atlantis across time, one hears a recurring rhythm: the rise of careful practice, the flowering of shared knowledge, and the peril that comes when either environmental forces or social ruptures overwhelm those practices. The ancient city becomes a metaphor for the fragile but resilient way communities survive, through layers of habit, law, craft, and story. It suggests that to build a civilization is to create systems for everyday care that accumulate across generations. The myth invites us to consider our own institutions and how they might be made more Atlantean in spirit, more committed to repair, more devoted to shared knowledge, and more humble in the face of nature. That invitation is not a call to imitate a supposed golden age literally, but to adopt its core priorities, to value practice over pretense, to teach widely, and to design systems that can be mended by those who live within them. In that sense, Atlantis is less an unreachable utopia and more a continual challenge. How do we become better stewards of our collective knowledge? Across centuries of scholarship and imagination, Atlantis has remained a compelling symbol precisely because it contains both an extraordinary achievement and a cautionary tale. It teaches that culture is not merely the sum of monuments or texts, but the ongoing labor of people who repair, teach, and share. The city's legacy is not its vanished stones, but the lived practices it represents: an insistence on skillful maintenance, an ethic of communal knowledge, and a humble recognition of nature's power. These are the things that, if preserved, will make any civilization capable of lasting meaning. So the tale of the Atlantis civilization continues to ripple through our collective imagination, a mirror held up to the present that asks both what we cherish and how we will sustain it. Its history, real, imagined, and partially reconstructed, remains an extended conversation about knowledge, art, environment, and the fragility of all human systems. When we slow down and listen, whether in a classroom or beside a harbor, the myth urges us to cultivate habits that make knowledge durable: copying, repairing, teaching, and sharing. That is the deepest and most practical inheritance the legend can offer. Even as the sea claims its stories and as ruins sink into sediment, the ideas shaped in those cities persist in human practice: the careful repair of tools, the communal copying of books, and the obligation to pass along hard-won techniques. Atlantis, whether as a concrete place or a composite of many coastal civilizations, remains a testament to what human societies can achieve when knowledge is treated as a public and sacred trust. That trust, when honored, becomes a civilization's most enduring structure. Listening to this long tale of culture, knowledge, and mystery, one realizes that Atlantis serves as a living lesson: that civilizations are not defined solely by monuments or myths, but by practices that must be tended daily. The city's imagined thoroughfares teach us to design policies and infrastructure that accommodate repair and resilience. Its libraries remind us to value and preserve collective memory. Its myths warn us of unchecked hubris and invite us instead toward an ethic of steady stewardship. The narrative of Atlantis is therefore not a single history but a layered anthology of craftspeople and scholars, of political negotiation and moral debate, of festivals and funerals, of experiments and errors. Each layer teaches us something about how knowledge can be cultivated to support a thriving society. And while the details of buildings and technologies may fade into ambiguity, the cultural commitments, maintenance, teaching, and restraint remain vivid and instructive. As the echoes of the city continue to inform storytellers and planners, it serves both as a cautionary tale and a model for aspiration. It invites us to think infrastructurally about life, to ask how we can weave together science, craft, ritual, and law so that knowledge is not fragile but shared and resilient. If Atlantis is a myth, it is a myth that calls upon practical virtues, patience in craft, rigor in inquiry, and humility in the use of power. These are the traits that make knowledge an inheritance rather than a liability. To imagine Atlantis is to participate in a conversation across time about what civilizations owe to one another. The city's story compels us to reflect on our own habits of knowledge, what we protect, what we teach, and how we ensure continuity. In those reflections lie the seeds of future resilience, practices that can be taught, preserved, and passed on. The story does not end with ruins. It continues in every act of repair and every lesson shared across generations. And so, as we keep turning the pages of this myth and the realities it echoes, we find not an endpoint but an ongoing practice, an ethic of communal care and a set of techniques and habits that can be applied in any age. Atlantis, in the end, is less a vanished city than a mirror, a place that asks us to examine the ways we steward knowledge, protect the environment, and bind communities together. In listening to its complex, long story, we are invited to build, to repair, and to pass on what we know, ensuring that our own civilization, whatever and wherever it might be, remains capable of flourishing for generations to come. Long before maps were drawn with confident lines and before nation-states weighed their fortunes in coin and grain, there was a place people would come to call Atlantis, a name that carried the iron weight of legend and the soft, echoing melancholy of loss. Stories of that civilization spread first by the crackle of fires at night, then by the careful work of scribes who sought to fix memory to clay, to stone, and to conscience. The island stood like an idea made flesh, a convergence of sea and sky, of craftsmanship and imagination, where rivers ran like polished mirrors and gardens spilled fragrance into courtyards. To imagine Atlantis is to imagine abundance given form, and to know it is to understand why its disappearance haunts human thought like a recurring dream. The beginning of Atlantis, as the old voices would tell it, was not abrupt but deliberate, a slow accumulation of small wonders and patient labors. It grew from an earlier, simpler community that learned to plant terraces into slopes, to harness rainwater, to build channels that sang under moonlight. As its population swelled, architects drew concentric circles of causeways and canals, and builders quarried marble and basalt until the island seemed to gleam from the sea. With each structure raised and each market opened, the island's identity crystallized into a civilization that believed the sea was a partner rather than a threat. City planners and poets collaborated as if they were weaving the same cloth. One mapped the arteries of trade while the other mapped the navigation of feeling. Public spaces were designed to hold festivals that could unite disparate neighborhoods, and temples were placed where sunlight hit at dawn so that worship felt like a daily dawn for the soul. The streets were not merely conduits of movement but stages for civic life, where vendors, philosophers, and children learned the rhythms of their polis. That sense of civic ceremony, the visible choreography of belonging, made being Atlantean more than a matter of birth. It became an encompassing way of seeing the world. This was a society that prized both the practical and the beautiful, where ships were both seaworthy instruments and works of art, carved with guardian figures whose eyes seemed to watch the horizon. Atlantean sailors became known across distant shores for their ability to read currents and sky the way others read letters in a book. Their maps contained knowledge of winds and reefs that allowed them to navigate with patience rather than arrogance, and trade routes stitched the island to ports far beyond the visible line of its coasts. The exchange of goods brought not only wealth but new ideas, and with those ideas came debates that would test the island's shared values. The ruling minds of Atlantis were a layered assembly of guild elders, magistrates, and elected councils who rotated responsibilities to prevent the concentration of power in a single hand. Councils met in halls with open roofs to let weather serve as an impartial witness to their debates, and they expected rhetoric to be an art of persuasion rather than of domination. Laws were inscribed on stone and recited in markets so that everyone, from craftsmen to children, could recall the principles that bound them. Yet even the most deliberative system carries within it seeds of tension. Prosperity creates envy, and the very mechanisms designed to distribute power can become battlegrounds for ambition. Artisans in Atlantis practiced crafts that combined utility and subtlety. Potters mixed pigments to capture twilight, metallurgists tempered bronze until it shimmered like the surface of a calm inlet, and weavers learned to infuse textiles with patterns that told history as clearly as any chronicle. Music filled the city at strange hours, not because of idle whim but because song was woven into the fabric of ceremonial life. The city did not merely survive on the sale of goods, it cultivated an identity, a palpable, audible, visible culture that resonated with visitors and residents alike. This culture served as a soft shield against outside anxieties, but it also cultivated a confidence that could become fragile under strain. Religion in Atlantis was a mosaic of ritual and reverence, a practical theology that linked the island's fate to the moods of sea and sky. Shrines by the harbor honored gods of navigation, while inland sanctuaries gave thanks for harvests and fresh water. Priests kept records of celestial cycles and interpreted unusual phenomena, making their counsel central in decisions of planting and seafaring alike. That spiritual connection to environment fostered stewardship and humility, but it also meant that any perturbation in the natural order would be read as a portent, magnifying fear and sharpening urgency when anomalies occurred. Underneath the veneer of public prosperity there were neighborhoods where life was harder and small tragedies went unrecorded in proud chronicles. Dockworkers who mended nets at dawn, families who shared rooms and meals beneath eaves, craftsmen who toiled over commissions both large and small, their daily rhythms sustained the grand projects that visitors would admire. The city's greatness rested on the invisible labor of those whose names rarely appeared on plaques. When catastrophe threatens, it is often these unnoticed hands that first feel its force, and their stories become essential to any complete telling of a civilization's fate. Architecture in Atlantis was informed by an intimate acquaintance with water. Aqueducts and cisterns channeled fresh sources, terraces captured runoff, and canals threaded through districts in measured elegance. Bridges were designed not only to connect but to control the flow of tides in times of storm. Engineers placed sluices that could be closed and opened to modulate currents along critical approaches. This mastery of water gave the city confidence, an almost hubristic belief that human ingenuity could stand steady against the moods of the ocean, until the ocean started to insist elsewhere. Economic life thrived on a sophisticated blend of agriculture, trade, and skilled manufacturing, with markets that hummed from morning into the cool hours of evening. Surplus grain fed urban growth and allowed labor specialization, while exports of refined metals, textiles, and olive oil sustained diplomatic ties. Merchants maintained ledgers and practices that would later be unearthed as hints of a sophisticated fiscal imagination, including credit arrangements and pooled risks for long maritime voyages. Yet such prosperity also concentrated resources and attracted external interest, making Atlantis a prize in the eyes of far-off powers and a point of envy for the displaced. The children of Atlantis learned their history through stories that blurred the line between myth and event, a blending that gave the past the weight of legend. They grew up on tales of founding heroes who negotiated with the sea and of wise women who could read storms in the tremor of reeds. Education took place in public squares and private homes, and puzzle-laden games and in the patient copying of texts. This education instilled a civic-mindedness and a curiosity that would fuel the island's achievements, but it also passed down assumptions about the natural order that would later be tested by catastrophe. Atlantean science was empirical in temperament, born of the pragmatism required to farm terraces and build harbors in a challenging environment. Observers noted tidal rhythms and seismic groans, recorded unusual celestial arrangements, and experimented with various building techniques to resist damp and erosion. Their engineers developed methods of construction that mitigated but did not eliminate risk, and their astronomers created calendars used for navigation and ritual. This blend of observation and practice allowed them great accomplishments, though the absence of certain modern instruments left them vulnerable to events that would later be called catastrophic. The island's military was not organized for endless conquest but for defense of trade lanes and the safeguarding of coastline. Fast ships and skilled mariners could patrol waters and escort merchant convoys, while watchtowers and signal fires provided an early warning network along the shore. Soldiers trained to respond to raids and storms, but routine preparedness can be undermined by pride, complacency set in as generations passed without confronting a larger existential threat. That quiet confidence would become a dangerous variable when multiple systems began to fail in ways that no single response could remedy. Politics in Atlantis grew complex as city-states within the island formed federations to balance local autonomy with central needs. Disputes about taxation, land rights, and the distribution of infrastructure projects became regular topics of contention. Debates over whether to invest in expanding harbors or shoring up terraces produced factionalism that, in calmer times, was resolved by negotiation. Yet politics is a pressure cooker. Under strain, councils that once reached consensus began to fracture into camps that prioritized immediate advantage over long-term resilience. As weather patterns shifted subtly over decades, fishermen reported changes in migratory routes and in the abundance of certain schools of fish. Harvests that had been steady for generations showed worrying variation. Priests and scientists alike raised questions, but answers were often partial and contested, and competing voices claimed that the anomalies were temporary blips rather than the first slow turns of a larger unraveling. That contested interpretation produced delay, and in the meantime, economic pressures intensified for those already living on the edge of scarcity. Beneath the island, geological forces moved in ways that no theory could fully predict. Fault lines that had been quiet for centuries began to produce tremors of increasing intensity, and the ancient subterranean ducts that channeled hydrothermal flows shifted and reoriented. The island's engineers monitored cracks and reinforced structures, but the cumulative effect of repeated stress and saltwater corrosion weakened even the most carefully maintained foundations. When the ground itself becomes uncertain, every human plan looks fragile, and the confidence built over generations starts to look like an illusion. In the markets, rumors acted like currents that could either amplify or dampen fear. Traders who had known stability for decades found their ledgers filled with accounts of missed shipments and damaged cargo. Prices that had been predictable began to waver as speculation caught fire and the conservative instincts of merchants gave way to more aggressive, risk-seeking decisions. Economic volatility fed social anxiety, and as trust eroded, communities found it harder to coordinate the shared sacrifices necessary to counter the growing threats. Cultural memory insisted that the gods could be placated, that ritual would guide mortal hands to reasonable outcomes, and in that belief, enormous communal efforts were made to propitiate the deities. Processions to the sea, offerings of grain and crafted goods, and public fasts were organized to appeal for moderation from the elements. The rituals provided cohesion and a framework for collective meaning, and for a time they helped communities act together. But ritual cannot engineer rivers or hold back earthquakes, and when natural systems cross thresholds, piety alone offers little tangible resistance. Leaders proposed plans to defend the island, seawalls and fortified gates, deeper cisterns, and distributed food stores. Engineers drafted ambitious reshaping of harbors, and guilds promised supplies if the councils would fund the work. Yet every major initiative required consensus and resources, and bargaining over whose lands would be altered or which taxes would be raised consumed time that was increasingly scarce. The inertia inherent in large populations, the need to negotiate among many stakeholders, meant that bold action arrived in fits and starts rather than in a unified response. Tensions increased between the island's affluent districts and the working quarters. Wealthier neighborhoods, secure behind high terraces and private walls, resisted taxes and labor levies meant to finance the communal defenses, arguing that their investments had built the city in the first place. Those who toiled in the docks and workshops insisted that without collective protection they would lose their livelihoods and their homes. The growing fracture made coordinated civil engineering projects more difficult and fed a sense of betrayal that would leave deep scars even after the calamity. During this time, a series of unusual signs began to unnerve even the most skeptical citizens. Wells that had always drawn clear water started to taste faintly of iron. A new algae bloom appeared in sheltered coves, staining nets and choking smaller boats. Migratory birds altered their routes as if following unseen cues, and some physicians noticed unexplained fevers that migrated through populations like eerie, quiet guests. Individually, these occurrences might have seemed trivial, but together they composed a chorus that spoke of an environment in subtle, cumulative distress. Some visionaries proposed relocating parts of the population inland or to neighboring islands, a plan that was both bold and politically fraught. Moving people meant abandoning investments and altering centuries-old social networks, and it would take years to establish the same productive systems elsewhere. The logistics of migration posed daunting challenges, securing nearby lands, negotiating with foreign rulers, and resettling craftsmen whose skills depended on particular materials and markets. The debate revealed the painful truth: making contingency plans in peacetime is easier than enacting them when pressure arrives. As the island's leaders argued, weather grew more capricious. Storms arrived with a ferocity that seemed disproportionate to their frequency, and rainfall patterns became unpredictable, sometimes inundating fields and stations, sometimes leaving them parched. Drainage systems became overwhelmed and then clogged by silt and debris, and an infrastructure designed for stability began to creak and fail in new ways. Each repair bought the city time, but the accumulation of small breakdowns made grand continuity increasingly precarious. Tension and fear incubated a culture of rumor that thrived on ambiguity. Some claimed that the gods had withdrawn their favor because of hidden transgressions, and others argued that foreign saboteurs sought to exploit the island's wealth. Conspiracy was a human reflex when complex systems fail. It offers the consolation of an enemy to blame and a story that seems to explain unmanageable events. That search for an external cause diverted energy from the slow and difficult work of structural assessment and material adaptation. Academic circles within the city split between those who favored technological fixes and those who emphasized social adaptation. Engineers advocated for ambitious construction, while social philosophers argued that mitigating the impact required changes in how resources were distributed and how communities cooperated. Both perspectives had merit, yet the schism itself proved costly. When disagreements become entrenched, the capacity for unified action diminishes, and the velocity of impending disaster can outpace slow deliberation. Small earthquakes, first dismissed as minor, began to increase in frequency and intensity. They rattled pottery in kitchens and toppled statues in courtyards, but they also produced subterranean fissures that undermined foundations. Builders reinforced columns with wooden bands and invested in gradient footings, but these responses could not anticipate the systemic nature of the geological shifts. The city that had been built to last now found itself in a relationship of tenuous negotiation with the earth beneath it. The seas, too, began to behave as if they had acquired a new temperament. There were reports of unusual tides that rose higher than memory allowed and of currents that shifted in patterns that confused even veteran sailors. Boats returning from routine voyages carried cargoes reduced by storms and by unanticipated reefing that had not been there before. The nautical charts, once sacred and reliable, required revisions that were partial and debated, and in the absence of full understanding, captains adopted conservative routes that slowed commerce and strained food supplies. Food storage centers designed for seasonal variability faced contamination and spoilage as grain silos were flooded or infested due to shifting humidity and salt leaching. Bakers and millers found patterns of spoilage they could not fully control. The diet that had sustained the city for generations became less predictable, and shortages began to disturb the equilibrium of daily life. Where there is hunger or the threat of it, social bonds are tested and the language of scarcity begins to shape decisions large and small. With scarcity came the acceleration of migration from rural terraces into the city, adding pressure to already crowded neighborhoods. Families who had once managed on smaller plots found themselves in search of work and shelter in the urban tapestry. The influx strained civic services and blurred the distinction between a localized emergency and a systemic crisis. Urban density that had once enabled cultural flourishing now amplified disease transmission and resource competition. Popular assemblies grew more animated as neighborhoods demanded more immediate action. Speakers rallied crowds at market squares, sometimes calling for bold interventions, sometimes fueling unrest by blaming specific leaders. The city had been founded on a culture of deliberation and collaboration, but under the weight of dwindling resources, the cadence of compromise slackened. In that charged atmosphere, political decisions that once would have been tempered by prudence were increasingly made with urgency that traded long-term thinking for immediate relief. Amid this turmoil, a particularly violent storm struck with a combination of wind, surge, and rain that exceeded recorded memory. It exposed vulnerabilities in the city's coastal defenses and drove seawater into low-lying wards, damaging infrastructure that was already stressed by neglect. For many residents, this storm felt like a punctuation mark, that moment when anxiety crystallizes into visible destruction. People labored through the aftermath with solidarity and grit, yet reparations were expensive and political will was fractured across the island's social strata. The storm's aftermath revealed not only broken walls but a new kind of uncertainty, subsurface erosion that had hollowed out vital channels and undermined key foundations. Where pillars once stood proud, sinkholes now opened like secret mouths. Builders patched and shored up, but each repair exposed the deeper reality that the island's resilience had been outpaced by the cumulative wear. The repeated pattern of damage and repair bought time but did not reverse the underlying trend toward instability. Disaster scholars within the city began to document patterns, pushing for a coordinated response that acknowledged the multi-layered nature of the crisis. They argued that only a comprehensive approach, combining geological surveys, revised urban planning, rationing protocols, and community relocation assistance, could properly address the scale of change. Their proposals were meticulous and demanding, requiring sacrifice and some redefinition of comforts long taken for granted. The political appetite for such discipline was limited, however, and the gap between knowledge and action widened. Neighbors who had lived in relative harmony felt the pressure of dwindling trust as rumors of hoarding and theft surfaced. Night watches were increased in some quarters, while vigilante bands formed in others, convinced that official mechanisms could not protect them. Community leaders tried to mediate, emphasizing mutual aid and local conservancies of grain and water, but exhaustion and fear eroded the efficacy of these measures. Social cohesion, a linchpin of resilience, frayed in ways that were both subtle and decisive. In response to growing dread, the island's priests organized a series of public rites that sought to bring people together in purpose and sacrifice. They called for renewed attention to the ethical foundations of community and for a tempering of greed in favor of reciprocity. Many participated willingly, feeling the comfort of shared ritual and the practical benefits of coordinated distribution systems established in the wake of these ceremonies. Ritual cohesion bought time and reknit some frayed bonds, yet spiritual renewal alone could not repair a breached sea wall or fill a collapsed cistern. Among the most visionary engineers were those who proposed subterranean galleries and raised platforms to preserve vital supplies and to house the infirm in the event of elevated water. These engineers designed solutions that were imaginative and labor-intensive, calling for a mobilization of labor that would have tested the island's social contract. Some guilds committed to the work, believing that building upwards and inwards would create refuge. Others, weary and skeptical, hesitated at the cost and time required, and those hesitations proved consequential as events accelerated unpredictably. In a costly gamble, the council approved a plan to create a network of reinforced harbors and sluice gates designed to divert storm surge and to protect the most densely populated districts. The construction mobilized thousands and required the transfer of grain and labor from one region to another, producing temporary hunger and exchangeable promises of later security. Progress was uneven and impeded by weather and by factional disputes over resource allocation. The engineering work stood as both hope and hubris, a human attempt to impose order on forces that sometimes defy the idea of full mastery. Then came the tremors that changed the conversation from planning to survival. They were stronger, more prolonged, and came from directions that did not match previous patterns. Structures that had been thought secure trembled, and masonry that had stood for centuries fractured along new lines. People felt the ground roll under them as if the island itself were deciding to shift its center. Panic flared in streets and alleys as families fled collapsing buildings into dark, noisy nights of fear. Those who had worked on sluice gates watched in horror as machinery designed to regulate water seized or was undermined by shifting foundations. Water that could have been channeled and controlled in earlier scenarios now breached defenses in unpredictable ways. Channels that once drained excess into safe holes became conduits for sea encroachment, and the very infrastructure meant to protect life turned into a pathway for calamity. In that inversion, the distinction between instrument and accident dissolved. In the days following the major tremors, aftershocks continued to punctuate the waking hours and restlessness filled the air like static. The population improvised in ways that revealed both nobility and sorrow. Strangers offered shelter, families dug makeshift trenches to channel rain, and artisans repurposed tools to shore up compromised walls. At the same time, looting occurred in pockets as the rule of law thinned beneath the pressure, and accusations of betrayal multiplied. Under such strain, the moral economy of a city is stretched, and choices become sharper and more consequential. This phase marked a turning point when the cumulative effects of geological instability, social fracturing, and infrastructural failure began to produce compound disasters. Flooded warehouses meant lost seed stocks on the eve of planting seasons. Disrupted trade routes caused shortages of salt and metal fastenings necessary for repairs. Diseases found more hosts as sanitation was compromised, and the combined weight of these problems overwhelmed the improvisational coping mechanisms the city had relied on for generations. Amid this layering of crises, debate shifted from whether the island could be saved to how best to preserve human life if it could not. Realists began to advocate for large-scale relocation and the prepositioning of seed stocks and craft tools on nearby friendly shores. Others held fast to the island as ancestral ground, arguing that leaving would be both culturally devastating and logistically ruinous. The arguments were not merely practical, there were questions of identity and memory, and decisions about them carried the moral weight of uprooting communities from the soil that had nourished them for generations. As pressure on resources grew, interpersonal conflicts took on a heightened edge. Families argued over rationing, communities disputed access to shelters, and regional leaders accused one another of withholding supplies. In the absence of clear, centralized capacity to enforce equitable distribution, local arrangements became the decisive factor. Those arrangements, sometimes robust and sometimes fragile, greatly influenced who would survive the immediate shocks and who would be left most exposed to the unfolding catastrophe. Scientific observers attempted to coordinate a response that combined field observations with large-scale modeling, but their models relied on assumptions difficult to test in the chaotic present. They gathered data, tried to predict the next sequence of events, and recommended where to invest scarce resources for maximum effect. Their findings influenced policy in piecemeal ways, but the political landscape, fragmented, anxious, and short on unanimity, limited their ultimate impact. Knowledge without the social capacity to implement it is like a map that records a route no one can take. Then nature accelerated in a way that few had imagined possible. A sequence of seismic events, larger and more synchronized than previous tremors, propagated through the island and along undersea ridges. The sea, responding to those subterranean dislocations, produced waves that were not simply high but commanded the shape and mass of water in ways that overwhelmed local defenses. This was not a single dramatic moment but a series of battering acts that compounded damage across the island, undermining hope with each new blow. Harbors that had been lifelines were rendered unusable as silt shifted and reefs turned into traps. Ships that attempted to run to sea were capsized by erratic currents and by forces that seemed to rearrange the maritime environment. Coastal districts suffered the most immediate and catastrophic damage, with neighborhoods closest to the water bearing the brunt of the ocean's violent encroachment. In that terrible calculus, proximity to the sea, a source of life, trade, and identity, became an index of exposure. Inland, earthquakes opened rents and fissures that swallowed houses like hungry mouths. Wells were polluted by salinization and by the rearrangement of subterranean waterways, reducing access to fresh water. Cisterns cracked under stress, spilling the stored hope of months or even years. This combination of lost potable water and damaged food supplies moved the crisis from a localized emergency to a systemic collapse of basic lifeways. Public health systems strained and then unraveled as laborers who would have tended the sick were needed to reinforce lodging and salvage goods. Physicians worked in conditions that taxed even their training, and epidemics emerged where sanitation fell away. Hospitals overflowed, and the rituals of care were improvised in courtyards and on terraces, with caregivers making excruciating choices about triage without the normal resources of medicine. The human cost of those decisions was incalculable and left moral wounds that outlasted the events themselves. As the island lost its foothold, mass movement of people began in earnest. The exodus was not a single, orderly migration but a cascade of departures in waves, often by families and groups who sought to preserve some measure of continuity. They loaded possessions, tools, memories, and portable skills into small boats and carts, leaving behind stone and marble that had taken generations to place. The sight of such departures was both heartbreaking and awe-inspiring, a people carrying their civilization in their hands as they sought uncertain refuge. Some attempted to flee by sea and were swallowed by the very medium they had worshipped and negotiated with for centuries. Others sought refuge on high ground, where makeshift communities formed in terraces and upland plateaus. The island's topography became a patchwork of temporary settlements, of people learning to live in reduced circumstances, and of leaders trying to maintain order in pockets of resilience. Yet the scale of the crisis meant that even the most resourceful improvisations were finite in their capacity to sustain large populations. There were heroic efforts to save cultural artifacts, scripted texts, ritual objects, pieces of music swapped orally from teacher to student, but these efforts were necessarily selective. Those who fled chose what they could carry: small statues, manuscripts wrapped in waxed cloth, instruments with sentimental value. Larger monuments and public works could not be transported and were abandoned to the elements. The loss of these public forms would later haunt historians as not only a loss of material culture but as an erasure of collective memory. Neighbors who remained behind displayed astonishing acts of solidarity, often at great personal risk. People diverted water to needy households, shared rations, and stood watch together during nights thick with tremors. These acts, rendered in the midst of despair, were human testimony that communities can find moral courage even when institutions fail. Those stories would be told for generations, the raw moral fabric that survivors clung to even as the physical structures of their world vanished. The physical process of the island's descent was not a single cinematic moment but a drawn-out unraveling. Coastal terraces slumped into the sea and entire neighborhoods sank slowly, as if the earth had decided to fold itself into another shape. The sea filled cavities left by shifting bedrock, and as water moved in, it accelerated the erosion of soils and sediments that had once held walls upright. Geologically, these interactions were complex and cascading, and the island was transformed in ways that outpaced human comprehension. As the tides rose and the land lowered, cultural practices adapted in small, tenacious ways. Rituals that had once taken place on marble steps were moved to rooftops and then to boats. Markets shifted from fixed stalls to flotillas where goods were bartered on anchored vessels. Music adapted, too, with songs that traced the grief of departure and the hope of survival, and poets wrote verses that named the names of those who were lost and praised those who carried others to safety. Culture proved not to be immaterial in the face of catastrophe but became an instrument of resilience and remembrance. The final episodes of the island's effective habitation were marked by an aching, practical scene, people trying to carry forward knowledge and sociality amid wreck. Elders who had guided councils recited laws and rituals on decks of boats, teaching the next generation by the light of lanterns. Craftspeople taught their skills to anyone willing to learn, carving tools and mending sails even as the shoreline slid away. In those moments, what was being preserved was less a territory than a way of being in the world, practices, stories, and the willingness to rebuild wherever safe harbor might be found. Not every departure ended in rescue. Some boats found neighboring islands that received refugees with limited capacity, forcing painful trade-offs between hospitality and survival. In other places, the influx strained existing resources and provoked conflicts that required difficult negotiations. The dispersal of Atlantean people thus had ripple effects across the broader region, shaping the politics, economies, and cultures of distant shores in the generations that followed. Over the centuries, the physical remains of Atlantis faded beneath silt, coral, and the quiet accretion of new marine life, while fragments of its memory traveled with the people who carried pieces of it into exile. Oral traditions persisted in families, and particular rituals took root in transplanted communities, folded into the practices of host cultures. Some adaptive innovations survived and spread: water management techniques, agricultural terracing, certain crafts, integrated into the lifeways of other peoples and altered the arc of regional development. In this way, Atlantis did not simply vanish, it became a dispersed influence woven into broader human patterns. In the mythic imagination, the fall of Atlantis became a story with 1,000 iterations. Poets and philosophers used it as a canvas to paint ideas about hubris and humility, about cycles of rise and fall, and about the fragile genius of human endeavor. The island's disappearance offered a moral of sorts and a cautionary tale, but it was also a locus for longing, for lost splendor, for wrongs undone. and for a reconnection with a world imprinted on the human psyche. As the story spread, it acquired layers of interpretation that had once obscured and illumined the original events. Archaeologists who would later probe the seafloors and examine coastal sediments found traces that suggested both human activity and catastrophic change: pottery shards twisted by pressure, patterns of sudden abandonment in midden layers, and anomalies in isotopic ratios that spoke to rapid environmental transformation. These findings corroborated parts of the oral and textual traditions without offering a neat, single explanation. Scientific evidence tended to complicate the legend rather than reduce it, revealing a nuanced interplay of natural forces and human responses. Historians debated the timeline and the scale of Atlantis's fall, arguing about the precise contributions of seismic, climatic, and human factors. Some emphasized the geological events as primary triggers, others highlighted social choices that made the island more vulnerable. Those debates were less about assigning blame and more about understanding the structural relationships between human systems and the environment. The dialogue reflected a growing awareness that complex disasters rarely have single causes, and that resilience depends on both material and moral capacities. Survivor communities shaped the memory of Atlantis in diverse ways, sometimes accenting features that reflected their own civic values. Some recounted the island as a place of sublime beauty and cautionary hubris, while others remembered it as a center of ingenuity and kindness that had been unjustly lost. In the oral fabrics of Mediterranean and Atlantic shorelines, fragments of Atlantean practices appear like threads woven into larger tapestries, producing cultural hybridities that outlived the island itself. The diaspora thus became an engine of cultural mutation, spreading both practical knowledge and mythic resonance. Centuries turned into millennia, and the name Atlantis accumulated echoes, philosophical essays, religious metaphors, artistic motifs, each layer adding new color and shading. Writers used the image of Atlantis to explore themes of decay and redemption, to imagine ideal societies, and to warn of environmental hubris. The island's disappearance became a mirror in which people projected their hopes and fears about civilization itself. In a very real way, Atlantis lived on as a story through which later generations tried to understand their own vulnerabilities. The search for physical remnants of Atlantis inspired explorers and scholars who combined old maps, geological study, and maritime archaeology in lengthy expeditions. Some searches yielded intriguing anomalies, others confirmed what the sea hides better than land ever does. The very act of searching turned into a cultural practice, a ritual enacted by generations who sought not just artifacts but a reconciliation with a vanished past. In pursuing Atlantis, people wove new histories that connected present anxieties about environment and governance to ancient models of human ingenuity and failure. Philosophers and ethicists turned the tale of Atlantis into a way to teach about stewardship and the moral obligations that societies bear to future generations. They argued that the fall showed how short-term gains and unequal distribution of resources could accelerate collapse, and that resilience is embedded in both social equity and prudent management of the commons. Those lessons influenced political thought across centuries, though always inflected by contemporary priorities. The moral afterlife of Atlantis has been, in part, a sustained meditation on the responsibilities that come with power and abundance. Artists across times also adopted Atlantis as a symbol, painting submerged ruins and imagining citizens as archetypes of human striving. Musicians composed laments and triumphant themes that stressed alternately the sadness of loss and the courage of survivors. Through such creative work, the story of Atlantis retained vitality, inviting listeners and viewers to inhabit the emotions of a civilization in its last days and to consider their own relation to permanence and change. Art, in this sense, conserved the soul of Atlantis in a way that artifacts alone could not. There were also practical legacies, technical innovations preserved in the diaspora that shaped agricultural techniques and water management on other shores. Terracing methods, particular sluice designs, and pottery forms found new life in contexts far removed from their origin. These transfers of knowledge show how even catastrophic endings can become beginnings elsewhere when people carry skills and memories into new homes. In this sense, the fall of Atlantis contributed in a diffuse but real way to human progress across the regions it touched. Religious interpretations adapted the fall to theological frameworks, sometimes casting it as divine punishment and other times as a test of faith or a demonstration of the transient nature of worldly power. Those interpretations influenced rituals and moral codes in the regions where survivors settled, and they also offered consolation or an explanatory framework that made the incomprehensible a little less terrifying. The flexibility of religious narrative allowed communities to integrate loss into meaning, even as they continued the practical work of survival and rebuilding. Over time, the phrase Atlantis itself grew into a shorthand for lost utopia, used in speeches and texts to evoke a vanished ideal. That shorthand, while poetic, risks flattening the complex reality of the island's history into a single moral lesson. The true story involves not just a fall but a long life marked by human creativity, social negotiation, and the ordinary patterns of daily existence. Recognizing that complexity restores dignity to those who lived through the events and makes the lessons more nuanced and applicable to contemporary contexts. Modern environmentalists and systems thinkers sometimes point to Atlantis as an early example of a society that failed to adapt in time to systemic environmental changes. They argue that the island's experience provides an instructive case for how interlocking systems, ecology, infrastructure, economy, and governance can coalesce into vulnerability. The analogy is useful but incomplete. It can show patterns without offering a deterministic template, reminding us that human agency, culture, and moral choice remain central even amid strong natural forces. In the end, the fall of Atlantis is not merely a story of ruin but also a study in human continuity. Communities of survivors rebuilt lives in new geographies, transmitting songs and skills, founding new civic forms that would be influenced by, but not identical to, the island's memory. Their descendants bore both the scars and the lessons, and in small acts of maintenance and adaptation they preserved a legacy no single catastrophe could wholly erase. Civilization, after all, is an ongoing project of learning, passing on, and making meaning out of what is lost. Listening to the narrative of Atlantis today, one can feel the pulse of both grief and resilience. The island's disappearance invites reflection on how societies respond when foundational elements of their world shift in ways that demand large-scale adaptation. It asks uncomfortable questions about equity, foresight, and the limits of engineering, while also honoring the courage of those who strove to save what they could. That balance, between cautionary tale and testament to human endurance, makes the story enduring and morally resonant. When scholars piece together the fragments of Atlantis, they assemble a mosaic that resists tidy simplification. They hold in one hand geological data and in the other the living testimonies carried by descendants, reconciling the languages of earth and of memory. Each piece contributes to a picture that is necessarily provisional, shaped by the vantage points of different disciplines and different generations. This plurality, far from weakening the story, enriches it and reminds us that human events are best understood through multiple lenses. The soundscapes of the island linger in collective imagination, the clanging of tools at dawn, the low hum of marketplaces, the chant of priests by the sea, and the sudden, terrible roar of waters overwhelming a quay. Those sounds, imagined or recorded in fragments, allow listeners across time to inhabit the island's atmosphere. They turn abstract forces into lived reality and provide an emotional bridge to the events that otherwise would be only diagrams on a page. Sound in this narrative becomes a carrier of memory and of empathy. Even as monuments fell into the deep, intangible structures of Atlantean governance and artistry influenced emergent polities that would flourish elsewhere. City planning ideas migrated, legalism's nuanced local jurisprudence, and ceremonies adapted their forms to new landscapes. The diffusion of cultural practice reveals the ways human societies are porous and resilient, absorbing and reframing influences across time and space. The genetic and cultural descendants of Atlantis thus became threads in the broader human tapestry, reweaving a world where loss and adaptation coexist. There are lessons in this history that speak directly to modern listeners who face their own profound changes: the importance of flexible institutions, the moral necessity of caring for the vulnerable, the value of distributed knowledge, and the need for humility in the face of powerful natural systems. Atlantis does not prescribe exact solutions, but its narrative emphasizes capacities that matter in any age: foresight grounded in data, social cohesion rooted in mutual respect, and technological innovation paired with ethical restraint. Those are enduring takeaways, shaped by a story that spans catastrophe and memory. The emotional arcs embedded in the fall, fear, denial, courage, loss, and recovery, mirror the cycles many societies experience when confronted with ecological or social stress. Listening to that arc helps one understand the human dimensions of large-scale change, how hope can both inspire recovery and lead to dangerous complacency if it silences critical reassessment. To understand Atlantis is to appreciate the tender, complicated interplay between aspiration and limitation that defines human projects. In some coastal museums that grew on the sites where refugees settled, curators preserved shards and reconstructed mosaics that hint at the island's aesthetic sensibilities. Visitors who stand before those artifacts may feel a hush, a recognition of continuity with a people who loved beauty enough to invest it in daily objects. Museums become places where the story of Atlantis is told with compassion and nuance, reminding observers that cultural treasures are not only objects but repositories of collective identity and memory. The fall of Atlantis is also a lesson in the unpredictability of natural systems and the humility required of those who build within them. No culture, no matter how advanced, can fully command the Earth's complex processes, and acknowledging that limit is part of the wisdom needed for long-term survival. Societies that cultivate adaptability, diverse knowledge systems, and equitable resource distribution stand the best chance of navigating such unpredictability. In that sense, the story of Atlantis urges prudence and ethical foresight. Survivor narratives emphasize something else as well: the way ordinary people reconstitute meaning through ritual, storytelling, and daily acts of care. They show that even when political institutions fail, social fabrics can be mended by the small work of neighbors and the persistent labor of memory keepers. Those keepers, teachers, elders, artisans, and healers, played an unsung but decisive role in preserving the intangible inheritance of Atlantis. Their labor ensured that the civilization's knowledge and values, though dispersed, continued to animate new communities. The historical tapestry of Atlantis invites us to re-examine our own assumptions about permanence and about the forms of modern vulnerability. It pushes us to think about how we organize our societies, how we distribute resources, and how we prepare morally and materially for disruption. The story is not simply a relic of the past, but an active interlocutor for present-day decisions, offering a rich, emotionally layered case study of what happens when ecological, social, and technological dynamics collide. As listeners, we can treat the narrative both as a captivating saga and as a mirror for contemporary issues. It allows us to imagine neighbors reaching out to one another amid crisis, to witness councils grappling with impossible trade-offs, and to sit alongside artisans as they teach their crafts to the next generation on a boat bobbing in a new harbor. That imaginative empathy is one of the lasting gifts of the Atlantis story. It invites us into lived experience and compels moral reflection without insisting on easy answers. Finally, the disappearance of Atlantis teaches a fundamental moral about the relationship between power and responsibility. A civilization's capacity to build magnificence brings with it an obligation to steward the natural and social commons in ways that are fair across time. The Atlantean saga does not reduce to a single moral verdict, but it does insist on a sober appraisal of how choices made today resonate into tomorrow. That insight remains urgent in every age, perhaps most of all in ours. Generations after the island's last stones were submerged, storytellers still find ways to renew the tale, each retelling uncovering new angles, lost loves, everyday heroism, the atomized consequences of policy choices, and the resilience of communities who would not be defined solely by their loss. These rhythms of narrative renewal keep Atlantis alive not as a static museum piece, but as a living cautionary tale and as a hymn to human adaptability. It is the living story, retold and refashioned, that ensures the island remains part of our moral imagination. To drive while these words play in your ears is to be asked to hold two things at once: a sense of admiration for human creativity and a sober recognition of vulnerability. That dual vision is uncomfortably modern and deeply ancient. The fall of Atlantis is a reminder that human glory and human fragility are entwined, and that the measure of a civilization may not only be in the monuments it erects, but in how it cares for its most vulnerable members. If the Atlantis narrative leaves us with a single persistent image, it may be the sight of people standing at dawn on a makeshift quay, carrying a small box of manuscripts and a child at their shoulder, watching the water take everything else. That image captures loss, yes, but also continuity. What cannot be carried, the stones, the colonnades, the great public works, gives way to what can be carried: memory, skill, song, and love. Those portable treasures, rather than being small consolation prizes, often become the seedbeds of new beginnings in unfamiliar places. The island's ultimate disappearance from physical maps did not erase its influence. Rather, it reshaped how communities thought about adaptation, memory, and the moral obligations of leadership. The story asks us to hold in tension our capacity to build and our duty to sustain, to weave technological prowess and communal care together rather than to treat them as separate domains. Atlantis, in its fall and in its afterlife, offers a deeply human lesson about the intertwined demands of creativity and responsibility. And so the Great Cataclysm remains less a neatly concluded event than a long and layered process with echoes that extend into many domains of human life. It is a narrative that spans geology and governance, the practical and the spiritual, the intimate and the communal. Its richness lies not in a single moral but in the constellation of human experiences it encapsulates: ingenuity, misjudgment, courage, grief, adaptation, and the persistent work of preserving memory in the face of loss. Listening to these accounts, we can hear not only the sound of collapse but the persistent murmur of reconstruction. Even as waves took stone and soil, the human stories continued, names spoken by descendants, songs adapted to new harbors, recipes transformed by local ingredients, and laws repurposed to fit different soils. Those continuities remind us that culture is not stored only in temples but carried in hands and voices, ready to be reassembled in the light of new days. In the end, the fate of Atlantis asks us to look outward and inward, outward at the systems that sustain life and inward at the social choices that determine who will be sheltered when systems fail. It urges us to cultivate institutions that can act with speed and justice, to protect commons in ways that prioritize the vulnerable, and to preserve the knowledge that will matter when times grow harsh. This is not an elegant moral closed in a neat sentence, but a complex and urgent set of challenges that the tale has bequeathed to us. If the Atlantean past teaches anything clearly, It is that human flourishing is fragile and that resilience arises from an interplay of knowledge, equity, solidarity, and humility. From that insight emerges a practical ethic: invest in distributed knowledge, protect shared resources, support those most exposed, and keep rituals and narratives alive that bind communities together. Those are the small, daily acts that, compiled over years, can shift a civilization's trajectory when crisis arrives. A final reflection: the story's true power lies in its capacity to move us, to make us imagine what it is to lose and to rebuild, to feel sorrow and to steward hope. The Fall of Atlantis remains a compelling story because it speaks to qualities we recognize in ourselves: ambition, creativity, missteps, and the stubbornness of care. To listen closely is to enter a conversation about what we owe to one another and to the world we inhabit, and that conversation may be the deepest legacy of the vanished island. The story of Atlantis begins with a voice from antiquity, a philosopher named Plato who used the tale as a loom to weave moral and political thought into narrative cloth. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he describes an advanced island civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a society that rose to great power and then fell beneath the waves in a single catastrophic day and night. The image is vivid and compact: temples, harbors, concentric rings of land and water, a center of marble and gold, and citizens who, over time, succumb to hubris. Plato's intent, whether literal or allegorical, was to teach about the ideal state and its collapse when virtue yielded to corruption. Listening across the centuries, we enter Plato's Athens and imagine Solon, the Athenian lawgiver, returning from Egypt with stories carried by priests who remembered the lost island. The narrative device links an oral tradition to written authority, giving Atlantis both the intimacy of a campfire tale and the weight of recorded history. Plato's friend Critias recounts striking sensory detail, and that detail has a way of breathing life into myth, inviting listeners to trust the texture of stone and the echo of temple bells. This crafted realism is part of why Atlantis became more than a philosophical parable; it became a seed for centuries of imagination. From late antiquity through the medieval period, Atlantis almost fades into the margins while echoes of submerged kingdoms persist in folklore: islands that vanish in storms, cities swallowed by the sea, and cities left as landmarks beneath low tides. Mariners told of shoals with the timbre of old walls, and writers recycled the moral of catastrophic hubris into Christian frameworks of sin and divine punishment. The medieval mind adapted Atlantis to fit biblical timelines and moral cosmologies, and the story lost much of its geographic specificity but retained its symbolic force. Even when absent from scholarly discourse, the idea of a once advanced, now lost past resonated with a culture that saw the world as a moral theater. The Renaissance revived Plato and with him the dream of Atlantis, as scholars rediscovered his texts with eagerness and translators rendered his Greek into the vernacular. Humanists picked up the tale as both a curiosity and a moral mirror. It served to stimulate debates about human perfectibility, the restoration of learning, and the origins of civilization. Explorers setting sail into previously uncharted oceans carried new maps and old myths, and the world's increasing geographic scope made lost continents conceivable in a way they had not been to medieval Europeans. The narrative shifted subtly. Atlantis was not only a moral allegory but also a possibility, something that might be located, found, or even reclaimed. During the Age of Enlightenment, the emphasis changed again, aligning Atlantis with nascent science and speculation. Philosophers who admired Plato sometimes treated his accounts as clues to prehistoric history, while others dismissed them as fiction. As geology and natural history matured, the idea of a sunken continent was reframed in light of emerging theories about the Earth's strata, volcanoes, and sea level. The tension between mythic resonance and empirical skepticism became a central theme, and Atlantis persisted as a test case for how to reconcile narrative tradition with scientific method. The 19th century intensified the mania when industrial progress fueled a hunger for origins and grand narratives. Writers and amateur scholars created elaborate Atlantean genealogies connecting the lost island to the cradle of civilization, Egypt, and the origins of European peoples. The most famous of these was Ignatius Donnelly's 1882 book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, which argued passionately that Atlantis had been the origin of language, religion, and technology for all subsequent human cultures. Donnelly's rhetoric blended earnest scholarship with fiery speculation, and though his methods would not satisfy modern historians, his book ignited popular fascination and set the pattern for linking Atlantis to national myths and racial theories. Alongside Donnelly's work came a proliferation of speculative locations for Atlantis, each reflecting contemporary anxieties and ambitions. Some pointed to the mid-Atlantic, invoking the once mysterious expanse between the Americas and Europe. Others clustered in the Mediterranean, specifically around Santorini and the Minoan civilization, considering volcanic cataclysm as a plausible culprit for sudden devastation. Yet others proposed sites as far-flung as Antarctica, the Caribbean, or the Azores, and these theories often mirrored political or cultural agendas more than scientific evidence. Atlantis became a mirror that reflected the desires, prejudices, and hopes of each claimant culture. The Minoan hypothesis deserves particular attention because it represents a scholarly attempt to ground myth in archaeology. The Bronze Age eruption of Thera, commonly known as Santorini, devastated nearby islands and could plausibly account for oral memories of a cataclysmic flood and collapse. Excavations at Knossos and other Minoan sites revealed an advanced maritime culture with complex palaces and sophisticated art, lending texture to the possibility that Plato's story had a kernel of real disaster as its origin. Yet careful chronology and the political context of Plato's tale complicate direct identification. The Minoan eruption happened centuries earlier than the dates implied by a literal reading of the dialogues, and Plato's narrative bears allegorical trappings that resist simple correlation. A different kind of revival took place in the late 19th and early 20th centuries when occult and spiritual movements co-opted Atlantis into their cosmology. Theosophists like Helena Blavatsky embraced the idea of Atlantis as a lost spiritual and technological high point, speaking of root races and esoteric knowledge that had been lost in the flood. For these groups, Atlantis was not merely historical, it was metaphysical, inhabited by advanced beings whose psychic faculties and technologies surpassed modern comprehension. This metaphysical read dovetailed with a cultural thirst for hidden wisdom, and Atlantis became a central node in a network of spiritual claims that mingled reincarnation, cosmic cycles, and alternative prehistories. In the same period, pseudoscientific and nationalist uses of the Atlantis myth emerged with more troubling consequences. Some writers used Atlantis to craft racialized histories that placed supposed advanced peoples at the root of civilization as a way to justify imperial dominance or racial hierarchies. These narratives often borrowed archaeological-sounding language and speculative lineages to support political agendas, and their influence seeped into popular education and public imagination. The dangerous elasticity of the Atlantis myth is seen here. A story meant to warn about moral decay was repurposed to validate contemporary identities and inequalities. The interwar and wartime years added another chilling layer. The Nazi regime showed interest in lost civilizations as part of a broader obsession with Aryan origins and mythical atavistic grandeur. While the extent of official state interest in Atlantis is debated among historians, the cultural milieu of the time included a fascination with ancient master races and secret knowledge, and some fringe thinkers connected Atlantis to Northern European myths and Teutonic mythmaking. After the war, scholars and journalists traced how mythic narratives had been distorted to fit extremist ideologies, and Atlantis became a cautionary example of how imaginative histories can be weaponized. Parallel to these ideological appropriations, popular culture embraced Atlantis with an insatiable appetite. Writers like H.P. Lovecraft imagined underwater ruins as places of cosmic horror, where pre-human intelligences lay dreaming beneath encrusted architecture. Lovecraft's use of submerged cities as loci of dread recast Atlantis as not only a lost paradise but also a site of forbidden knowledge and existential terror. In film and pulp fiction, Atlantean motifs provided exotic settings and MacGuffins, crystals, ancient machines, and artifacts that conferred power or madness upon their discoverers. The mid-20th century saw a new wave of mystical American figures who fused Atlantis with psychic prophecy and New Age speculation. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, made predictions about Atlantean technology and the eventual resurfacing of Atlantean cities near the coastlines of the United States. Cayce's readings were eclectic, mixing spiritualism, alternative geography, and a hope for spiritual renewal through contact with Atlantean teachings. His followers took this seriously, and his claims fed tourism and popular belief systems that linked Atlantology to personal transformation. At about the same time, the advent of modern plate tectonics and advances in geology brought new tools to the debate and, over time, undermined the basic premise of a single, large sunken continent. Geologists showed that continents do not simply sink wholesale, and that oceanic crust behaves differently from continental crust. Yet these scientific corrections did not eliminate the story. Instead, they redirected speculation toward more plausible mechanisms like localized subsidence, tsunamis, sea level changes, or volcanic collapses. The myth adapted to scientific constraints by becoming more geographically and geologically nuanced, even as imaginative alternatives persisted. Oceanography and paleoclimatology in the late 20th and early 21st centuries offered further insights by reconstructing past sea levels and coastlines. Scientists discovered submerged landscapes off continental shelves, remnants of the last ice age when global sea levels were lower and human communities lived along now submerged coasts. Discoveries of drowned river valleys and prehistoric settlements on continental shelves recentered the idea of lost lands into a plausible, if less sensational, scientific narrative. Rather than a single Atlantis, the sea holds many vanished shorelines and drowned neighborhoods whose stories are complex and local rather than monolithic. Archaeological fieldwork continued to interrogate claims with more rigor. Excavations at Helike, a Greek city reported in antiquity to have sunk in a 4th century BCE earthquake followed by a tsunami, produced evidence of sudden destruction and abandonment. Helike's partial archaeological corroboration gave credence to the idea that stories of cities swallowed by the sea can have historical anchors. Similarly, discoveries in the Black Sea have sparked debate about whether catastrophic floods could have produced flood myths, though linking these directly to Plato's Atlantis remains speculative at best. As scholars refined methodologies, they also refined interpretations. Plato's narrative could be read on multiple levels, as political allegory, as reworked oral history, or as a synthesis of Mediterranean memory and literary invention. Some historians argue that Plato intentionally synthesized elements from various traditions, Egyptian flood myths, Mycenaean collapse, and local memories of catastrophic earthquakes, to craft a cautionary tale for his contemporaries. This polysemic reading is valuable because it acknowledges Plato's creativity while recognizing that narratives travel across cultures and ages, absorbing details and meanings along the way. Beyond academic debate, Atlantis continued to function as a cultural shorthand for lost perfection or fallen grandeur. In literature and film, it often represents a civilization whose moral failures invite divine or natural retribution, echoing Plato's didactic aims. But Atlantis also embodied hope, the possibility that ancient wisdom and technologies, once unearthed, might heal a modern world seen as increasingly fragmented and alienated. This dual role, warning and hope, allows the myth to sustain imaginative life across genres and generations. In the late 20th century, popular documentaries, sensational books, and television specials brought Atlantis into mainstream entertainment, often blurring lines between rigorous scholarship and speculation. The rise of charismatic presenters and dramatic reenactments made for compelling viewing, even when the underlying claims were tenuous. These productions shaped public perceptions of evidence and authority, teaching audiences to equate tantalizing artifacts with definitive proof. They also multiplied images of Atlantis, lost cities in crystalline seas, hidden chambers, and advanced machines waiting to be reactivated. As the internet emerged, Atlantis found a new home online where communities shared maps, sonar images, and wild theories with unprecedented speed. Forums, blogs, and social media amplified fringe claims and allowed enthusiasts to form networks that crossed national borders. Pseudoscientific narratives proliferated in this environment, mixing selective data with conjecture, imagery, and persuasive storytelling. The web democratized engagement with archaeological topics, but also made it easier for misinformation to spread, challenging both scholars and enthusiasts to communicate evidence-based interpretations effectively. Video games and interactive media adopted Atlantis as an alluring setting, collapsing myth and mechanic into immersive experiences. Players explore submerged ruins, decipher glyphs, and confront the moral or supernatural consequences of unlocking forbidden knowledge. These interactive retellings often emphasize discovery and agency, allowing audiences to play through the tension between curiosity and caution in ways passive media cannot. As a result, Atlantis has become not only a story we tell but a world we can inhabit, repeatedly reimagined with each technological turn. Cinema, too, has left indelible images of Atlantis. From fantastical spectacles to intimate psychological dramas, filmmakers used the motif to dramatize themes of loss, nostalgia, and hubris. Some films present Atlantis as an advanced utopia that must be preserved, others as a warning about the perils of empire, and still others as a backdrop for personal quests. Animated films and blockbusters simplify and stylize the myth for broad audiences, while independent and art house works sometimes return to Plato's moral complexity. The variety of cinematic Atlanteans reflects the story's adaptability to cultural moods and industry economics. Comic books and graphic novels created visual languages for Atlantis, populating it with superheroes and villains who draw on aquatic iconography and ancient tech. Characters like Namor and universes like DC's Atlantis or Aquaman's kingdoms turn the lost city into political space with its own agendas and conflicts. These narratives ask questions about sovereignty, ecological stewardship, and the meeting of old world myth with modern geopolitics. In doing so, comic lore transforms Atlantis into a site for contemporary moral and political reflection. Atlantis also found a firm place in speculative and science fiction, where authors used it to explore alternative histories, genetic memory, and the ethics of resurrecting lost technologies. Writers extrapolate technological plausibility, energy systems, metalworking, and architecture, while often embedding a caution that certain knowledge carries risks. Science fiction allows an experimentative approach. What if Atlanteans had developed specific technologies, and what would that mean for a modern world that rediscovers them? This approach preserves the myth's instructive force while entertaining possibilities beyond the historical record. Psychologists and mythologists often turn to Atlantis as a projection of collective longings and anxieties. Carl Jung would have noted the mythic archetypes at play: the ideal city as an anima of civilization, the cataclysm as a collective shadow, and the search for a lost home as a symbol of psychic wholeness. In this perspective, Atlantis is less about physical geography and more about inner terrain, a symbolic landscape where individuals and societies process loss, desire, and the hope for reintegration. This inner reading does not deny historical bearings. Instead, it enriches our understanding of why the myth endures so stubbornly. Anthropologically, the endurance of Atlantis highlights how societies use origin stories to structure identity and moral order. Myths of lost golden ages allow communities to explain decline, assert continuity with imagined ancestors, and mobilize ideals for renewal. Whether Plato intended the story to function this way or not, subsequent readers and cultures have used Atlantis as a canvas for articulating their own origins and destinies. This adaptive capacity explains why Atlantis persists in national narratives, spiritual movements, and personal quests alike. The environmental reading of Atlantis gained traction as global awareness of climate change and sea level rise increased. Activists and artists sometimes invoke Atlantis to dramatize the stakes of ecological neglect, framing the drowned city as a prophecy, an emblem of what might happen to coastal civilizations in a warming world. This contemporary layer makes the myth urgent rather than merely nostalgic. It calls for stewardship and humility in the face of planetary processes. By converting myth into a cautionary parable for modern environmental crises, Atlantis regains its didactic potency in a scientific age. Legal and ethical concerns about submerged cultural heritage now accompany discussions of lost cities. As marine archaeology uncovers artifacts on the seafloor, questions of ownership, conservation, and the rights of descendant communities arise. International legal frameworks and UNESCO conventions aim to protect underwater cultural heritage, but enforcement is complex amid competing interests. The Atlantis narrative intersects with these dilemmas when sensational claims provoke treasure hunting or unregulated salvage, which can irreparably damage archaeological contexts. Modern academics have sometimes sought to reclaim Atlantis from sensationalism by emphasizing method and evidence. Scholarly books and peer-reviewed research contextualize Plato's text, examine the archaeological record, and explore the ways ancient narratives travel. These works aim to respect the myth's cultural power while resisting the temptation to confirm sensational claims without robust support. Scholarship thus moves between disciplines, classics, archaeology, geology, and anthropology, to assemble a multidimensional picture of how Atlantis functions in human thought. Plato's own political experiment, the written ideal of the philosopher king and the consequences of societal hubris, remains central to many contemporary political readings of Atlantis. Political theorists return to the dialogues to debate governance, moral education, and the place of virtue in public life. Whether or not Atlantis existed, Plato's fictionalized account provides a fertile device for discussing how societies can be structured and how they fall apart when foundational principles are abandoned. This philosophical afterlife of Atlantis demonstrates the story's capacity to speak across millennia to fundamental civic questions. Literary critics have also examined how Atlantis operates as a genre device, enabling writers to explore exile, diaspora, and the trauma of dislocation. The motif of a submerged homeland resonates for communities displaced by war or colonialism, who may find in the story a metaphor for loss and the longing for return. When modern authors appropriate Atlantean imagery, they often rework it to comment on colonial histories, reclamation of identity, or the ethics of memory. This repurposing shows how myths can be decolonized and reinvented to support marginalized perspectives. In educational contexts, the Atlantis story can be a powerful teaching tool, both to encourage critical thinking and to illustrate how myths transform over time. Students learn to trace the genealogy of an idea, to differentiate primary sources from later embellishment, and to weigh evidence from multiple disciplines. Atlantis lessons often prompt discussions about the nature of historical truth, the construction of national myths, and the role of narrative in shaping collective memory. Done well, this pedagogy uses the allure of myth to cultivate analytical rigor. Technological advances in remote sensing and underwater archaeology continue to reveal submerged sites with increasing clarity, and each discovery alters how people imagine the past. Sonar mapping, submersibles, and improved radiocarbon dating provide data that can confirm instances of sudden abandonment or long-term habitation in coastal zones. While these methods rarely corroborate sensational claims about a single pan-global Atlantis, they do highlight the complexity of human-environment interaction and the patchwork of lost coastal worlds. Each sunken village or submerged monument adds texture to the broader mosaic of prehistory. Popular science books and documentaries often struggle to balance the romance of discovery with methodological caution, and this tension shapes public perceptions of Atlantean research. Viewers and readers prefer narratives that promise revelation, and producers sometimes emphasize possibility over nuance to attract attention. Responsible communicators therefore face the challenge of conveying both the wonder of underwater discovery and the slow, often painstaking nature of archaeological verification. The interplay between wonder and skepticism is central to how Atlantis is understood in the public sphere. The mythic energy of Atlantis also manifests in the language of politics and culture, where the phrase Atlantis moment evokes sudden catastrophic change or the collapse of a dominant order. Politicians and commentators occasionally use such metaphors to dramatize decline or warn against complacency. The power of the illusion lies in its immediate emotional resonance. Listeners intuitively grasp a narrative compressed into a single evocative name. This rhetorical utility ensures Atlantis's continued currency in public discourse. New Age and spiritual communities continue to reinvent Atlantis as a repository for healing knowledge, ancient technologies, and messages from advanced spiritual beings. Workshops, retreats, and guided meditations often claim access to Atlantean wisdom, promising personal transformation through connection to ancestral frequencies or crystalline technologies. While these claims are not empirically verifiable, they illustrate how myth can be mobilized for therapeutic or identity-building purposes. For adherents, the story's metaphysical valence is as real as any archaeological site. At the same time, mainstream science reiterates that the geological and archaeological records do not support a global sunken continent, and that human cultures evolved in multiple regions with complex local dynamics. The study of prehistory emphasizes migration, cultural diffusion, and technological convergence rather than a single origin narrative. This pluralistic model of human development conflicts with monogenetic Atlantean claims but leaves space for localized catastrophes and cultural transmissions that can inspire enduring myths. Recognizing both the limits and the explanatory power of different models is key to productive discourse. Artists and musicians often evoke Atlantis to explore themes of melancholy, beauty, and the persistence of memory. Paintings, installation art, and soundscapes render the submerged city as a place of ruin and romance, a locus where past and present interact in haunting ways. These aesthetic treatments do not seek to resolve historical debates, rather, they harness the emotive resonance of loss and longing to create experiences that invite reflection. In galleries and concert halls, Atlantis becomes a metaphor that audiences inhabit briefly, carrying away fragments of meaning. In the realm of speculative archaeology, a diversity of alternative theories persists, each with its own internal logic and appeal. Some focus on migration routes and maritime trade networks, others on the diffusion of technologies, and still others on broader mythic archetypes. The common thread is imaginative reconstruction, using fragments of evidence to propose coherent narratives about the past. While many such theories remain speculative, their creativity can stimulate new questions and sometimes motivate rigorous research that enriches our historical understanding. Cultural tourism tied to Atlantean lore has become an industry in some locales, with guided tours, museums, and themed attractions capitalizing on public curiosity. Sites associated with Atlantis, real, supposed, or symbolic, benefit economically from storytelling that blends history, myth, and spectacle. This convergence of commerce and narrative, however, raises ethical questions about authenticity, commodification, and the responsibilities of cultural stewards. Communities must navigate the tension between drawing visitors and preserving integrity of place and memory. Language and metaphor continue to shape how Atlantis is framed. Phrases like Atlantean legacy or Atlantean technology carry connotations of antiquity, profundity, and lost knowledge, often without precise meaning. The myth's linguistic currency depends on its evocative power more than on specificity. It allows speakers to gesture at complex ideas, decline, origin, wonder, through a single, recognized referent. Understanding this rhetorical economy helps explain why Atlantis remains a flexible tool in art, politics, and personal narratives. Academic conferences and interdisciplinary symposia occasionally bring together historians, archaeologists, geologists, and literary scholars to discuss Atlantis as a case study in cultural memory. These gatherings highlight how myth and science intersect and sometimes clash, and they foster collaborative research that can test specific claims while appreciating mythic significance. Such dialogues produce balanced perspectives that respect Plato's artistry and acknowledge the ethical stakes of claiming physical proof for symbolic stories. In professional circles, Atlantis is thus both an object of study and a methodological mirror. Children's literature and educational media often sanitize or simplify the Atlantis story, presenting it as an adventure or a mystery to be solved. These retellings introduce young minds to themes of loss, curiosity, and the ethics of exploration, sometimes even encouraging interest in marine science and history. The narrative's adaptability to youthful imaginations contributes to its longevity. Generation after generation meets the motif anew and often carries its fascination into adulthood. This steady transmission ensures that Atlantis remains part of the cultural vocabulary. Across cultures, versions of lost islands and submerged cities appear with remarkable frequency, suggesting a shared human preoccupation with impermanence and the sea as a boundary between worlds. From the Irish tale of High Brazil to Pacific Islander legends of sunken land, the motif of a world cut off by water resonates with communities whose lives are tied to coastlines and whose histories include tsunami and erosion. Comparative mythology thus offers rich terrain for understanding how natural events and cultural memory generate recurring narrative patterns that resemble Atlantis in form and function. The study of memory, both individual and collective, sheds light on why traumatic environmental events can crystallize into cosmic narratives that persist for millennia. When societies endure earthquakes, tsunamis, or abrupt social collapse, the emotional imprint can transmogrify into mythic language and symbolic landscape. Oral traditions, ritual practices, and monument building serve as mnemonic devices that preserve fragments of these experiences. Over generations, these fragments can recombine into coherent stories like Atlantis, which encode both empirical kernels and interpretive expansions. The ethics of research into alleged Atlantean sites demand sensitivity to local stakeholders and to cultural heritage laws. Researchers must negotiate permissions, ensure that excavations or surveys respect living communities, and commit to transparent reporting. The history of treasure hunters and exploitative salvagers offers cautionary lessons about the damage that sensationalism inflicts on both artifacts and reputations. Responsible scholarship thus seeks a balance between discovery and preservation, curiosity and care. Modern media literacy has become essential for navigating claims about Atlantis in the public domain. Audiences must learn to differentiate peer-reviewed findings from sensationalist hype, to read primary sources critically, and to understand the provisional nature of scientific conclusions. Educators and journalists have a role in cultivating this literacy, using Atlantis as an example of how seductive narratives can displace evidentiary standards. Informed public discourse can honor both the imaginative draw of myth and the rigor of inquiry. As climate change accelerates, the discussion of submerged pasts gains new moral resonance. Archaeological sites at risk become evidence of cultural continuity threatened by present-day environmental shifts. Preservation efforts require international cooperation and funding, but they also invite collaboration with local and indigenous communities who hold ancestral ties to oft-submerged landscapes. The urgency of protecting heritage in the face of rising seas reframes Atlantis from an ancient parable into a contemporary policy issue with real human consequences. This shift in focus reframes imagination into action. In the scientific community, debates continue about how to interpret submerged landscapes discovered by remote sensing technologies. Some researchers urge caution, noting that sonar returns can suggest structure where none exists, or that natural geological formations can mimic human-made patterns. Peer review and replication of surveys are essential, and interdisciplinary teams can prevent misinterpretation of ambiguous data. The interplay between enthusiasm and methodological discipline thus shapes the pace and direction of plausible claims about submerged sites linked to Atlantean lore. The Internet age has democratized access to source texts, including translations of Plato and archaeological reports, which empowers lay readers to engage more deeply with primary materials. This access invites critical engagement but also increases the risk of selective reading and confirmation bias. Responsible interpretation requires contextual knowledge of ancient Greek rhetorical practices, of archaeological stratigraphy, and of paleogeographic evidence that mere access does not guarantee. Digital literacy, therefore, must be accompanied by hermeneutic care. Museums and cultural institutions sometimes curate Atlantean-themed exhibitions that juxtapose mythic renderings with archaeological artifacts from the relevant eras and regions. These exhibitions can educate visitors about the differences between metaphorical narratives and material culture, and about how real societies lived, traded, and occasionally met disaster. Curatorial narratives that respect both imagination and evidence can stimulate curiosity while grounding it in responsible interpretation. Exhibitions provide a public space where the discourse between myth and science can be staged thoughtfully. Literary and cultural theorists remind us that myths like Atlantis do not have a single, stable meaning. They are polyvocal texts that invite reinterpretation and contestation. Each era writes its own version of Atlantis, projecting onto it current concerns, hopes, and fears. Whether invoked as a utopian hope, a dystopian warning, or a spiritual promise, the story accrues layers of meaning that reflect the societies telling it. This mutability is part of the myth's vitality and its enduring presence in human culture. Some contemporary artists and filmmakers use Atlantis to critique modern capitalism and extractive industries, framing the lost civilization as an object lesson in resource mismanagement and imperialist exploitation. These works often juxtapose images of plundered ruins with corporate logos and satellite imagery, drawing a line from ancient hubris to modern ecological and cultural pillaging. By doing so, they invite audiences to see the contemporary world as implicated in a lineage of expansion and collapse. The result is a political reading that revivifies Plato's cautionary tale for the present. In scientific popularization, Atlantis offers a compelling case study in how to communicate uncertainty. Writers who handle the topic well explain what is known, what is conjectured, and what remains speculative, using the space to demonstrate the scientific method in miniature. This approach can strengthen public trust in science by showing how hypotheses are tested and revised rather than presented as immutable truths. By modeling intellectual humility, communicators use Atlantis to teach the value of evidence-based reasoning. Archival research into 19th and 20th century Atlantean scholarship reveals not just ideas but the social networks that propagated them: publishers, spiritual movements, amateur societies, and charismatic individuals. Mapping these networks helps historians understand why certain theories gained traction and how they were reinforced by cultural institutions. The genealogies of ideas trace lines from Plato through Enlightenment readers to modern enthusiasts, showing how myths are carried, transformed, and repurposed across time. This sociological view demystifies the myth's persistence by locating it within concrete historical processes. As we look forward, the story of Atlantis will likely continue to adapt to technological and cultural shifts. New discoveries may illuminate submerged histories in unexpected ways, and evolving environmental realities may alter the moral frames through which we interpret tales of loss and renewal. Artists, scholars, and communities will find novel metaphors and narratives to express the anxieties and aspirations of their times, and Atlantis will remain a capacious symbol for those projects. Its survival as a story is testament to the human impulse to narrate origins and reckon with endings. Ultimately, Atlantis functions on many planes at once: as a philosophical device, an archaeological hypothesis, a spiritual myth, a political metaphor, a cultural commodity, and a psychological archetype. Each layer does not cancel the others; rather, they coexist and interact, producing a complex cultural phenomenon that defies simple categorization. The enduring power of the tale lies in that very plurality, its ability to speak to different human needs and to be retold with new inflections. In the ebb and flow of collective memory, Atlantis keeps surfacing, inviting us to examine both the past and ourselves. When Plato first put words into the mouths of his characters, he may not have foreseen the centuries of elaboration his story would inspire, yet that is precisely what happened. Atlantis became a canvas for every age's anxieties and dreams. Whether regarded as literal history, moral allegory, or symbolic psychology, the tale performs the same ancient function. It asks difficult questions about human communities and their responsibilities to one another, to the environment, and to the future. By listening to its various incarnations, we learn less about a single lost island than about the countless ways humans seek origins and envision catastrophe and renewal. Across museums, classrooms, and internet forums, the debate over Atlantis continues, not because the story demands resolution, but because it reflects our perennial engagement with mystery. Every new theory, discovery, or artistic rendering participates in an ongoing conversation about who we are and how we remember. The myth persists because human beings are storytellers who seek meaning in ruins and lessons in loss. Atlantis, in that sense, is less a place than a practice, the practice of asking profound questions about civilization's rise and fall. There is a humility hard-won in considering Atlantis through the lens of contemporary science and ethics. The planet preserves traces of many vanished cultures, but those traces are fragile, and our interpretations must be careful. We are stewards of a material past that is often fragmentary, and our narratives about it carry consequences for present-day communities and future knowledge. The myth of Atlantis reminds us that stories can both illuminate and obscure, and that responsible curiosity requires both wonder and restraint. In the tension between longing for revelation and respect for evidence, we find a model for how to engage with the past. To close is not to end, but to acknowledge that the tale continues. New technology will map more of the planet's submerged landscapes, new scholarship will refine chronologies and contexts, New art will reimagine the lost city in forms appropriate to its moment. The conversation about Atlantis will persist because it is useful. It teaches critical thinking, fuels creative expression, and offers a canvas for moral reflection. As long as humans want stories that speak to origin, loss, and the possibility of return, Atlantis will remain alive in our imaginations and in the continuing search for meaning beneath the waves. Subscribe, or risk missing the moment when the lost city resurfaces in discovery, art, or truth.